love visiting my grandma. She always makes the food that I like, and in large quantities, and spoils me. With the hustle and bustle of college life, it's nice to go back to my childhood and allow myself to be spoiled for a few hours every few weeks. Even though she has 6 grandchildren, she made it clear that I'm her absolute favourite. She'd often have the whole family around for dinner, and after they left, she'd bring out the good stuff she made just for me. We usually have a big Christmas dinner together with the whole family. However, as the years go by and the younger ones start growing up, fewer and fewer people show up. Last year, everyone already made plans, forgetting about poor Grandma. I don't blame them, but they often forget how these visits mean a lot to her, especially since Grandpa died. That's why when I talked on the phone with her and she asked me if I had any plans, I lied to her and told her I didn't. She immediately jumped at the opportunity to politely invite me, going so far as to offer for me to sleep over at her place. She said there's one room which hasn't been used in years, and I could stay in there. I immediately said yes and agreed to stay over, realising how happy that would make her. I cancelled the plans I made with my friends, telling them something else came up. Although they were bummed about it a bit, their drinking party wouldn't stop because of me. That was the last Christmas that I would ever spend with my grandma. On Christmas Eve, I arrived to my grandma's place, and she greeted me like she always does, with a tight hug and lots of kisses. I barely even stepped inside when she started offering me food. She'd already made what could only be described as an all-you-can-eat buffet. We dug in, and once we were done, she showed me where I could sleep for the night. It was a cozy little bedroom, which apparently used to be my mum's room when she was little. Grandma told me not to leave my room during Christmas night, in order to avoid disrupting Santa in his work. She said that if I really needed to use the bathroom I could, but to be extremely quiet and not to go downstairs. On the nightstand, she left me a list of things I should do before I go to bed to ensure that I get a good present. I decided to play along and abide by the rules. I told her I'd read it before bed and do everything necessary, and she seemed content with that. She wished me good night and left the room. I was pretty tired from the trip there and the enormous dinner I've eaten, so I lay down on the bed and involuntarily fall asleep within minutes. I awoke a few hours later. I glanced at my watch and realised it was 3:01 a.m. I got up to grab a glass of water downstairs from the kitchen and groggily walked through the dark, trying to avoid any loud noises or turning on any lights, not to wake Grandma. I went downstairs and turned on the kitchen light, gulping down a glass of water. I glanced towards the living room, at the Christmas tree, and something caught my attention under the glow of the decorative lights. There was a small plate with a tiny paper that said, "For Santa." I reckoned it was for cookies and milk. But when I got closer, I realised that the plate was empty. Red liquid was in it, and right next to the plate was a small bucket. Obviously, I found this weird, but I figured that Grandma may have just forgotten to put it away or something. I turned off the kitchen lights and returned to my room, just then remembering the list my grandma gave me. I grabbed it off my nightstand and started reading. Dear James, thank you for visiting me for Christmas. You made your grandma really happy. Now, Christmas is a little different in this house than what you're probably used to. So it's very important that you follow these rules on the list. 1. Make sure to close your windows and ensure they're closed properly. These old windows don't work properly sometimes. So if you feel like cold air is coming in, let me know. Number 2. Don't put any wood in the fireplace after 9 p.m. Santa will be really angry if it's scalding in the chimney or if there's still smoke. Number 3. You didn't forget about milk and cookies, did you? I stopped reading and chuckled at the list. Grandma clearly wanted me to follow the basic rules for Santa like when I was a kid. But again, I decided to oblige. I continued reading the list. In this household, we don't use milk and cookies. We use raw meat and blood. I already left a bucket by the Christmas tree, and there's a raw piece of chicken I put on the plate. Santa sure loves his diet. Number 4. If you're woken up by the sound of scratching or knocking on your window, ignore it. Your room is on the 2nd floor. There is no way to reach up to it. In fact, it's best not to look there. But if you see someone beckoning you, pretend they're not there. They may try to open the window from the outside. This is why it's so important to keep the windows closed. Number 5. You may hear growling coming from the kitchen. It's okay, because Santa never comes upstairs, and since I already left the chicken for him, that should satisfy him. By this point, I was sure Grandma was just messing with me. That was until I heard the sound of 3 gentle knocks on the window behind me. I froze in place, staring at the list, but practically staring through it. 3 more gentle knocks ensued, but I did my best not to give away the fact that I heard them. Once again, there were 3 more knocks, and the sound of scratching started. First gently, and then louder, as if a rat was trying to bite through the wall. It lasted around a minute, until it completely stopped. Only when it did I gather enough courage to slightly shift my position. That was a mistake though, because when I looked down on the floor, at the light which was cast in front of the window, I saw the unmistakable shadow in the form of a humanoid silhouette stretched across the floor. I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like whoever was there held both his hands on the window and stared directly towards me. I decided that the best thing to do is continue reading the list and try to distract myself. Number 6. If someone walks into your room while you're sleeping and you happen to wake up, pretend that you're still asleep. In the worst case scenario, the person will sit on the edge of your bed and observe you. So do your best not to let them know you're awake. If you feel their breath on your neck and it gets progressively closer, it means they've realized you're awake. Number 7. You may hear me calling you from downstairs. Don't listen to it. I will under no circumstances go downstairs during the night. Number 8. Last and most important rule. If you get up to go to the bathroom, never, ever, ever turn on any lights in the house. He has trouble noticing you in the dark, but if you turn on the lights, he will be able to follow you wherever you go. And then not even locking your door will help. Number 9. Follow these simple rules, and in the morning, we can open your Christmas presents. Love, Grandma. And the scratching and knocking had already stopped by the time I was done reading, and the shadow from the window was gone. I got into bed and covered myself over my head, shivering, and not from the cold. Sometime during the night, I heard my door open. I did my best to ignore the footsteps and the low growling noise. I either passed out or fell asleep sometime later. But all I know is I woke up to the sound coming downstairs from the kitchen. I shot up, looking around the room and at the window, rubbing my temples and thinking about the nightmare I had. I left my room and immediately heard my grandma's voice calling me from downstairs to come open the presents. I told her I'm coming, when suddenly I felt a grip on my wrist. I turned around and saw Grandma there, staring at me, wide-eyed. She leaned in and whispered in my ear with a trembling voice. "You turned on the lights, didn't you?" For the vast majority of people who celebrate Christmas, it's a joyous time. A time of year filled with sparkling lights, family, warm fires, and especially homely meals. For me, it means trying not to embarrass my wife in front of her parents, dodging the spray of half-chewed turkey flying from Great Aunt Barbara's mouth as she expresses her opinions, and smiling as I sit through several interrogations about my latest job promotion. It's sort of tradition that at least once a year, someone will have gravy poured into their hair for one reason or another. Having said that, it's not all bad. We always come away with a great story to tell our friends, and I get to see my nieces and nephews. I've always wanted kids, but something about pushing a small watermelon out of her woo-ha is unappealing to my wife. So we won't be having any kids of our own, which means I sort of father over her sister's children instead. Her sister has 5 kids. The youngest is only 18 months old and has a lot to say for a little man who can't talk. Then there's the twins, Haley and Jackie. They're 5 and adorable. The second oldest is Stephanie, and she's 7. She loves it when I magically pull coins out of my nose. And then there's the eldest, Jacob. Jacob is quietly my favourite. He really feels like he's my own son. I think it's because his own father isn't in the picture. Of the 5, he's the odd one out, I suppose you could say. The other 4 are from the same father, my wife's sister's husband. But Jacob's father was a deadbeat that ran off when he was barely a week old. When the family gathers for Christmas, it's usually a week-long event. We all drive, fly or coach in from wherever we are in the country and stay at my wife's parents' ranch. The location is quiet and secluded. The nearest town is nearly a half-hour's drive away. Coming up to it, you see long expanses of snow-covered fields, lined with tall pine forests, and the outline of the ranch looming in the distance. It's really a huge house. We all get our own separate, fully furnished guest rooms. Out the back is a large pond that's, more often than not, on its way to freezing over, and the horse stables. And part of the tradition is that all the men of the family go out there on horseback to pick up a tree and to shoot some poor creature for the Christmas dinner. Always a fun event for someone like me who, A, can't ride a horse, and B, gets nauseous when they start skinning the things they've shot. Thankfully, after the first year's chaos, they now leave the tree gathering to me rather than the animal dismembering. This year, my wife and I were the second to arrive. Her sister's family was already there and greeted us warmly, which meant that we were waiting on her great aunt to show up. Not that anyone would really mind if she didn't. Unfortunately, however, they arrived not too long after us. With everyone accounted for, the festivities began. My father and brother-in-law hunted a deer, while I cut down a nice fluffy Christmas tree. We settled in that night, after a rousing game of family 8-ball, and a little too much eggnog. However, at around 2 a.m, I felt someone pushing at my shoulder, and I grumbled a sleepy, "Stop it," to my wife. "It's me, Uncle Tom." My nephew's voice responded quietly. For a moment, I almost wanted to ignore him, but the stressed tone in his voice was too urgent. "Hey, what's up, buddy?" I asked, groggily, sitting up to push the sleep out of my eyes. "There's someone outside my window," he whispered. This woke me right up. Within moments, I was quietly tiptoeing down the hall, following Jacob's lead to peer out his window. Now the moon was near full, and the white snow on the ground gladly reflected back its light to make it quite bright outside, despite it being so early. "Over there, by that tree," Jacob said, pointing out into the yard, by the edge of the forest. Squinting, I tried to see what he was seeing. "I don't see anything, mate," I told him gently, so as not to dissuade him, but he insisted. "No, it's right there," he insisted urgently. I of course looked again. For a long moment, I searched and found nothing. I was just about to turn back to him, to reassure him that there was nothing there, when suddenly, an unnatural shape caught my eye. Further into the woods than I had been expecting, stood the silhouette of a large, tall man wearing a big red coat. Relief washed over me. I knew what this was. And that was the life-sized blow-up Santa my father-in-law usually put on the roof. Why it was on the ground, I didn't know. Perhaps it blew down. Naturally, I reassured Jacob that it was just the Santa decoration from the roof, and I put him back to bed, closing the curtains so that he couldn't see it floating there menacingly. Then, I pulled on a jacket and slippers to march outside. It It was my intention to retrieve the damn thing, so that it wouldn't blow away any further, or scare the crap out of any more of my nieces or nephews. When I got out there, I couldn't find it. Apparently the view from the window was different or something, because I spent a good 10 minutes marching around out there, unable to find it. When I got to the spot that I thought I'd seen it, I found the snow there to be slightly disturbed. In the moonlight, I could see little sparkles of something on the snow. Red glitter? That's weird, I thought. Then I noticed there was a present box sitting half nestled behind the nearest tree. Confused, I picked it up. The label on it was addressed to Jacob in letters big enough for me to make out in the dim light. So I decided to take it back inside with me. I was maybe halfway back to the house when I realised something that sent a chill down my spine. Up on the roof of the house was Santa in all his plastic glory, with a jolly smile and friendly wave, lit up from within by a cheerful light. I felt my head spin as I pieced the thoughts together. If blow-up Santa was up there, still plugged in, then what the heck had I seen in the woods? Was whatever I saw still out there with me? I legged it back inside, still clutching the Christmas present I'd found. Immediately upon returning to safety, I woke up my wife quietly, and she in turn woke up her father and sister. In almost no time, we were a quiet assembly of people gathered around the table, staring at this box. "Should we open it?" my wife asked, nervously. "Ew, no. What if there's something dead in it, or poisoned?" my sister-in-law asked. "I'll do it," my father-in-law huffed gruffly, moving in to grab it. But I spoke up quickly. "I think I should do it. I've already touched it. If there's something bad or poisonous, better that only one of us be exposed to it." Heavy silence followed before my father-in-law nodded in agreement. Gingerly, I looked over the box. It was light, and nothing rattled, so I began unwrapping it delicately. Inside was a set of kids' pajamas, red and green, striped, with an elf hat to complete the look. Tucked under the clothes, however, was a card. I already didn't like where this was going, but took up the note anyway, to read aloud for everyone. "Dear Jacob, I could use another little helper this year. Won't you come be my best elf? Love, Santa." That was unfortunately just the start of our ordeal. Initially, our theories on who had left it ranged from some deranged person who had somehow made their way all the way out to the ranch, to Jacob's father, who didn't know where the ranch was. Of course, None of these scenarios were very likely, and only fractionally plausible. We of course didn't tell Jacob that there was actually someone outside his window. Didn't want to freak the poor kid out. But we did make sure to keep a closer eye on all the kids. In the following days leading up to Christmas, we kept vigil, and minor incidents began to occur. In the mornings we'd find footprints in the snow, covered in red glitter, that seemed to steadily be getting closer to the house. And even during the day, the household felt watched. When having our family game day, we would find tokens for an extra player when there wasn't one. And whilst outside building snowmen, we found pieces of torn Santa clothing that did not belong to our household. My father-in-law, not too subtly, kept his hunting guns closer at hand after that. The worst things happened during the nights, of course. Jacob would wake screaming that someone was coming to take him, or that something was outside his window, or tapping on it. But whenever we would get there to check, there was no one there. Only a light sprinkling of glitter. Come the morning of Christmas Eve, my brother-in-law stepped out the back for a cigarette and found a second gift box. Inside that one was what we guessed to be a squirrel, though it was too mangled and frozen to really say with any certainty. The evening settled in that night with a heaviness in the air, and we could all feel it. The joy of Christmas was being leached from the air by more than my in-laws. When I went in to say goodnight to Jacob, I found him crying in his bed. When I asked him what was wrong, he insisted that Santa was going to turn him into an elf, and that he'd never see any of us again. Now, we of course never showed him that note, and when I asked him why he thought that, his answer was vague. I decided then and there that we'd keep watch over him for the night. That seemed to calm him somewhat, and he agreed to at least try to sleep. We worked it out amongst ourselves that I would take the first watch, followed by my brother-in-law, and then my father-in-law would take the final shift. I settled in for my watch, with a book and a reading light, at around 10 p.m. Christmas Eve. Things were pretty uneventful, until just after midnight. And then I heard it, disturbing me from my reading. It was the faintest sound coming from the window. Someone, I realised, was scratching something sharp against the glass to create a high-pitched scrape that seemed to reverberate down my spine. I stood slowly and took hold of the rifle that had been standing up beside me. I'm really still not that great with firearms. I approached the window. Using the barrel of the gun, I pushed back the curtains. What I saw next still has me shaken. Standing right there, with his face near pressed up against the window, was the most deranged individual I have ever seen. He was pressing the tip of a knife to the window, wearing a grungy Santa costume, and had long, scraggly grey hair hanging in greasy wads from under the Santa hat that in no way hid his male pattern baldness. The part that was the most disturbing and screamed lunatic the most, however, was his lips. They were bleeding and damaged. It was painfully clear that he'd been chewing off his own lips, leaving his toothless gums exposed in some places. What little remained of the lips was cracked, dry flesh, stretched into a horrendous smile. Standing in utter shock, I watched as he whispered out the words, "Santa's here to collect his little elf." That was enough to spur me into action. I closed the window and woke Jacob, ripping him out of his bed to carry him with me as I proceeded to scream bloody murder for the rest of the household to wake. By the time everyone was awake enough to process what I was telling them, the man was gone. My father and brother-in-law searched into the woods, while I stayed back home to guard the family. When they returned, they told me they'd lost the trail in the woods, but came across what they thought was where the man had been staying. At the far end of my father-in-law's property was a low cave. They'd always assumed a bear lived in there. However, when the trail led them to it on this day, they found a ragged-looking elf costume with the name Jacob crudely sewn into it, and several half-chewed dead squirrels. They decided to turn back after that and called the police. So far, they've not found the guy, but they're still out there now searching with a tracker dog. Apparently, something similar happened to another family in the area last year. Only they hadn't been so lucky, and their son had been taken. Right now, everyone's still pretty shaken up. Great-aunt Barbara is eating her weight in pudding, which is only making the experience more terrifying. We have, of course, offered the officers hot chocolate and Christmas lunch, though even now I still feel like we're being watched. So, yeah, that's how well my Christmas has gone. Yours? My hands are trembling as I write this. I'm hiding in my towel closet. I called the cops, but I don't think they're going to be here in time. I mean, who takes calls on Christmas Eve seriously? And they probably think I'm some teenager. Prank calling them since I've got nothing better to do than take away time from someone's Christmas. Who in their right mind would believe what I'm about to say anyway? Let me back things up and set the scene for you. I live alone, 2 states away from family. And I feel terrible for not being able to visit them this year. I've been having financial struggles as of recent. Paying off student loans is no joke. This is the first time I've been able to live on my own. I'm renting a cabin in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, Wisconsin. All that's around is a convenience store and a bar. The place is nice and the rent is cheap, so who am I to complain? 1 bed, 1 bath, and a cramped kitchen that's right behind the living room. The living room's got a nice fireplace too, keeps the house warm through the night. So, now that you've got the picture, I need to share my experience, no matter how few people see it. I didn't have big plans for the holidays. Stay at home, watch some TV, eat a frozen pizza if I was lucky. No big fancy dinner, no visitors, just an average night. That's just what happened. I kicked back on the couch with a pizza in hand and watched Christmas movies until my eyes grew heavy. I was awakened by a knock at my door at around 11:45. It's dark and snowy outside, per usual this time of year. I don't get visitors, nor could I see who it was. So I looked out the small window in the living room. Frost cloaked the glass, making it a challenge to see who was waiting for my answer. I could make out a human-like figure. My gut was telling me to stay the hell away from what was at my door before I even got a chance to move. The snow was falling so heavily, it was hard to see anything beyond 6 feet of my house. I trusted my gut though, and moved to my room. I began to think I was a bad person for leaving whoever was out there in that icy mess. Just as the thought entered my mind, the knocking grew louder. I covered my ears in response to the noise beyond my door. I faced away, and it only got worse. I was right to trust my gut. I shouldn't open the door. I can't let this go on. I exhaled deeply and threw my legs over the bed as I reluctantly shuffled over to my door. I twisted the knob and peeked outside. The cold weather nipped at my face as a reply. "Hello?" I peered through the crack.
Hi.
The person started. I began to make out facial characteristics and realised it was a young woman.
My car broke down, and this seemed like a good place to seek shelter.
This was a red flag to me. There's a convenience store and a bar within a mile of each other. Why show up at a random house for help? Now, I consider myself a nice guy, but the holidays don't make me a giving person. I don't like my sleep being interrupted either. I started. I wasn't sure how to respond. Her behaviour was off, to say the least. She was glancing over her shoulder, as if she could see anything through the darkness and snow. "I can give you a number for a towing company. There should be an inn at least a few miles from here. The towing company can take you." She didn't seem satisfied.
Are you sure?
She inquired.
It's awfully cold out here, and I don't know how long it'll take them to get here.
She began to look more paranoid, her eyes darting from side to side, up and down. It was really freaking me out. "Listen, hon, my house is a wreck, and it's the middle of the night. I'm sorry, I know it's the holidays, but I have a thing about letting strangers into my house." I immediately regretted saying those words, as her fear turned to anger. At this point, she became hysterical. She kicked, punched, and beat my door, trying to force herself in. Her polite words were now screams.
"Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Let me in!"
The Jane Doe at my door pounded harder and harder. It seemed like my door was about to break. And what the hell are you supposed to do in this situation? So, in the spur of the moment, I just locked the door. The knob rattled violently, then stopped abruptly. I picked up my phone and alerted the authorities that there was a manic woman outside my house. At this point, I figured she'd given up and left. I sat down in front of the TV and tried to enjoy the rest of the night. I pondered why she was so upset. No family, trauma. None of my theories added up. Just as my thinking had concluded, and I began to relax, I heard a faint sound. A sound that was so quiet, but seemed so loud. It was the shuffling of snow right outside my window. I pulled my blinds back and peeked outside. A dim light from the street lamps shone onto my white lawn. The woman was making a circle in the snow. I squinted, trying not to reveal my presence. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness outside. It was now 1 a.m. There were symbols I couldn't recognize, and a large pentagram in the center. When she finished her artwork, she looked right at me. She was staring right into my soul. Her gaze sent chills down my spine. Her mouth opened at inhuman angles. And then, a scream was released. I fell back into the couch. What the fuck do I do? I called the cops for a second time. Writing this, I'll be censoring my address for my own security. Here's how that phone call went. I need police. Please come quick.
Sir, we already have the sheriff and backup on their way. They should be there within the hour. Lock your doors.
I heard a click on the other end. What am I supposed to do now? I'm alone in this house, which seems much more ominous than the night before. There's some psycho lady standing in my yard in the middle of the night. To top it off, the cops that should be arresting this woman are probably out for drinks. I let out an audible sigh and sat on the floor with my back to the couch. This was not what I thought of as an ideal Christmas. I figured I might as well freshen up and get ready for bed. Any sliver of hope left in me was gone. I picked myself up off the floor and made my way to the bathroom. I couldn't risk her seeing me, so I just used the dim flashlight on my phone. I brushed my teeth and rinsed my face. Thought that might make me feel better, more alert. I was wrong. Once I'd finished, I heard a knock at the door, followed by a scream. It was deep, unlike the shrieks previously heard from the girl. Something in me clicked. I mustered the strength to peek outside. There were blue and red lights flashing, signaling help had arrived. But something was wrong. The lights from the car further illuminated my lawn. There were two mangled bodies left inside of what I can only describe as the altar. Remnants of black uniforms informed me of who they were. Another guttural howl was heard. This time, only a few feet away from my window. I did the only thing I could think of, and that was to hide. This brings me to the now. I'm in my towel closet. There are 2 dead bodies in the snow, and something outside of my house. Something not human. I don't know when she, or it, whatever the fuck you want to call it, will get inside. But my gut is saying that she will. I couldn't have picked a worse spot to hide. I feel like the idiot friend in the horror movie that gets plucked off first. Please, if you're reading this, protect yourself this holiday season. Don't let it know you're there. Don't be like me. Please, save yourself and your family. I just heard something coming down the chimney. And it's not Santa. She's inside. Please, make sure you lock everybody in their rooms on the night before Christmas. It is very important for everybody's health. The name Santa Claus came from Saint Nicholas. In Dutch, that would be Sint Nicholas. And that's where Santa Claus got his name. I can personally attest to the fact that this is false. My father was paranoid. Very paranoid. He was also a little crazy. Maybe more than just a little. We lived in a neighbourhood surrounded by trees in the mountains. Growing up, our house had cameras facing every single angle of our property. Not just regular cameras either. Night vision, infrared. The night vision just made everything look grey, but the infrared was blue and any heat signatures gave off an orange glow. I know this because he'd given me access to the cameras, and I frequently viewed them from my computer. Over the years, I've seen some weird things on these cameras, but that's a story for another time. The weirdest thing growing up was Christmas. The holiday itself wasn't weird. We got a Christmas tree, had presents, all the normal things. The weird part was the night before. My dad loves his cameras. We had them on 24/7, 364 days per year. You must be confused. There's 365 days in a year. Yes, you're correct. Every year, on the night before Christmas, my dad would turn off every single camera. Weird thing is, this wasn't just my dad. The other houses in my neighbourhood didn't have cameras or anything fancy, but some of my friends told me that they weren't allowed to leave their room either on that night. Anyway, on the night before Christmas, after we laid out the cookies and the milk, my dad would make me go to bed early. There was a lock on the outside of my door. My dad was never abusive towards me, but on the night before Christmas, he would always lock me in my room. Despite being paranoid and crazy, my dad was the nicest man I've ever known. The only time he ever scared me was how serious he got on the night before Christmas.
Dallin, do not leave this fucking room. You understand me? I'll let you run around the neighbourhood with your little friends doing whatever the hell you damn well please every single day. I'll let you stay on that computer for hours searching up God knows what. Probably choking your chicken the entire day. The one thing I ask of you is do not leave your room on this night. Capiche?
Yeah, Dad, I know. You tell me the same thing every year, I know. 14-year-old me replied with attitude.
Alright then. I don't want you to be another statistic.
You mean statistic? I smirked.
Yes, boy. I don't want you to become another statistic. You saw all those missing person reports I showed you? All those people gone missing on December 26th, day after Christmas, every year. That ain't gonna be my boy.
With that, he left my room. He was so paranoid. Did he think Santa was going to kidnap me? Santa's not even real. After he walked out of my room, I heard a click as he set the lock outside my door. I heard his footsteps protrude away as I turned over to my computer that displayed our camera footage. I counted down. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, and boom. Just like that, the camera footage shut off and displayed no feed connected. I felt like a psychic for being able to accurately predict the exact time it had shut off.
Good night, boy.
My dad shouted across the hall from his room. Good night, I shouted back. I hated this tradition. I loved going downstairs to eat junk food in the middle of the night, and I loved checking the camera to get a glance at the weird things I saw in the woods from time to time. But on this night every year, I couldn't go downstairs to eat junk food, and I couldn't bring it upstairs either. No food was allowed in my room. And all that just because of my dad's paranoia. Every year until this day, I just listened to my dad. After he shut off the camera footage and locked me in my room, I'd usually just accept it and go to sleep. For some reason, I just couldn't sleep. So despite my dad's wishes, I stayed up playing computer games. Around 2 a.m, I heard something on our roof. There were a lot of animals and other things in those woods, so this was a pretty common occurrence. But the sound I heard this time just sounded different. It sounded like something landed. Uh-oh, Killer Santa must be here, I joked to myself as I continued playing my game. Shortly after the thud on the rooftop, I started hearing heavy footsteps, followed up by our floorboards creaking downstairs. Goosebumps formed on my body, and my breathing got a bit more frantic as I worked up a sweat. The fuck is that? I thought to myself. Then, I got a thought. A thought that would prove to be the worst decision I've ever made in my life. I jumped onto the application that controls the cameras, looked over to the button that would reactivate them, and hovered my cursor over it. What if it's an intruder? I tried convincing myself. I took a deep breath, followed by a loud gulp. Then I clicked on Activate. The night vision cameras switched on. There were almost 50 boxes on my screen, each one blinking on separately. After a few seconds, they were all on. I had my eyes peeled, looking at each box, but seeing nothing out of the ordinary. That is, until I saw the living room camera. Standing in front of our dining room table next to the Christmas tree was a huge, overweight man in a Santa suit. He had a long beard and glasses. It was the textbook definition of what Santa looked like. My eyes were wide and filled with astonishment, as well as an equal mix of excitement and fear filling my brain. It was exciting, but weird. It's even more weird that I can't go downstairs. What would Santa do to me if I did? As I was staring at the screen, staring at Santa eating cookies, I noticed that his hand froze right in front of his mouth. I saw him slowly lower the cookie back onto the plate. He turned around, and he looked directly into the camera. He slowly brought his hand up in front of him and wagged his finger side to side. He knew I was watching him. When he did this, I slammed my hands onto the desk to boost myself up so I could dive under my bed and pretend to be asleep. I accidentally made contact with my keyboard, causing the camera to switch from night vision to infrared. What I saw on the camera was not Santa anymore. It was a big, fat creature with no clothes on. Its mouth was wide open, and it looked like it had a broken and detached jaw. It had large, oval eyes that had nothing in them. Rows of large, razor-sharp teeth filled its mouth. The creature was tall, and its arms were long and deformed. At the edge of its arms were hands with sharp claws that replaced its fingers. I screamed for my father. Instantly after, I heard footsteps shuffling to my room.
What did you do, boy? Why are you still awake?
He yelled as he unlocked the door and ran into my room. He looked at my computer and saw the camera footage on. I was on my bed crying. Suddenly, I could hear a heavy thud on our staircase.
Oh, you stupid son of a bitch. You stupid, stupid little boy. What have you done?
He said, as my crying became hysterical. He sat down next to me, hugged me so tightly, as if it was the last time he'd ever see me. And he whispered, "I love you, boy. Don't be scared. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you." And we heard another thud coming from our staircase. The footsteps were so heavy, there was dust coming down from my ceiling.
I don't know if you're gonna see me again, boy, but I want you to always remember what I taught you.
Why wouldn't I see you again, Dad? What's gonna happen?
We can't both escape. It won't let us, boy.
Dad, I love you. I don't want you to leave. My dad got up and opened the window. We were on the second floor. He picked me up, kissed me on the cheek as a tear ran down his. He threw me out of the second-story window. I landed in some bushes below our house. I don't know if I was injured or not. I had too much adrenaline coursing through my veins.
Run, boy!
He screamed as the thuds got faster. I took off running through the woods when I heard the most disturbing, blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life. I just kept running until I couldn't hear the screams anymore. And that was many, many years ago. I kept running until I tired myself out. I fell asleep under a tree. I returned to the house the following morning of the 26th. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, nothing. My dad was just gone. Checked the cameras. The footage, too, was gone. Looking through the recordings, it was just blank for the entire night. I'm a father now myself, and I've kept my dad's tradition alive every night before Christmas. I don't know if that thing was isolated to my neighbourhood, or if that really is what Santa is for everyone. All I know is I'm not gonna risk finding out. So with all of that said, please, lock all of your doors on the night before Christmas. The next time you're awake during that night, and you hear noises in your house, I suggest you stay in bed and keep your eyes closed. Don't get up. Don't investigate. Don't be a curious little fucker like I was. The last thing I'll leave you with is this. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Because Santa Claus is coming to town. He knows when you are sleeping, and he knows when you're awake. But he doesn't care if you've been bad or good. So don't go looking for him. For your own sake. I'm going to make this as short and as clear as possible. If you find any Christmas presents under your tree after Christmas Day that you didn't place there, call the police. Leave the house immediately. And whatever you do not open that gift. I lived with my wife Maria and my 2 young boys in Melbourne, Australia. That's where my wife is originally from, and most of her family lives less than an hour from us. On Christmas Day, we usually have a lot of presents under the tree. Gifts from me and my wife, gifts from grandparents, gifts from the boys, all are placed there. And that's why last Christmas we weren't worried when I found a present under the tree that neither me or my wife had put there. It could have been from one of our parents when they came to visit on Christmas Eve. It could have been from one of the boys. It could have been from many people. And we didn't give it a second thought. It had no gift tag on it. So we decided to leave it there and not open it until we found out who it was for and who sent it. So when I got up early on the 26th to make my coffee, that was the only present left under the tree. It was a small box, maybe 6 inches tall and 6 inches wide, wrapped in bright red wrapping paper. There was a little green bow on top, and it all looked expertly wrapped. But when I came out into the living room that morning, there was something off about that present that I couldn't place. It was not until later that I realised the wrapping paper had been completely green on Christmas Day. And it wasn't until later that I noticed that red had leaked onto the floor around the present as well. Throughout the day, our kids played with their new Christmas loot, as Maria and I called different relatives, asking if they had left a little red gift under our tree. As the day went by, more and more family members told us that they hadn't sent a gift. We started to get confused. We were not worried, but we were definitely puzzled. There had been no signs of a break-in or forced entry, but the gift had to have come from somewhere. Mary and I spent the entire day trying to figure it out. And when night came around, we were mentally exhausted. We put the kids to bed and followed soon after. Now, I'm usually a pretty heavy sleeper, but something woke me up that night. I'm not sure if it was a noise I heard or if I just had too much coffee during the day, but I found myself wide awake at 2 a.m. My throat was dry as hell. I finally slid out from under the covers and slipped into my slippers, careful not to wake Maria sleeping next to me. Walked out of our bedroom to the kitchen, almost slipping on some spilled water on the floor. Muttering a curse, I turned on the kitchen light and poured myself a glass of water from the fridge. I stood there in silence for a few minutes, drinking my water as I leaned against the kitchen counter. My mind was occupied with travel plans. We were going to Japan for New Year's. And when I finished the water, I put my glass in the sink and turned around to turn off the light. By chance, I happened to glance over to the hallway that connected to the living room. And that's when I froze. From where I stood, I could see right to our Christmas tree. And I saw that the mysterious present had been opened. And what I had almost slipped on, what I had first thought was spilled water, was revealed to be a trail of bright red blood, leading from the open present towards the bedrooms. My body was frozen in shock for a few minutes, but I quickly snapped out of it. I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife we had, and I crept over to the hallway, careful not to make a sound. My heart was racing as I followed the trail of crimson back towards the bedrooms, and my blood froze when I realised that it was leading me into the boys' room. I stood outside the bedroom doorway for a moment, trying to build up my courage for whatever waited for me in the darkness. Then I sprang into action, running into the room and switching on the lights in one quick movement. I had tried to prepare myself, but what I saw made the knife slip out of my hand and my jaw drop in horror. My boys had twin beds, one on either side of the room. Mika, the oldest, was on the left side, and Jamie, who was a year younger, was on the right. I saw Mika first, sleeping soundly and wrapped in his sheets. But when I turned to Jamie, I almost threw up. His sheets had been thrown off the bed, and he was sprawled out across his mattress in an unnaturally rigid pose. His limbs were bent back in ways that no bones should be able to move, and his unseeing eyes were open and stared up at the ceiling. Blood covered his pillow, his mattress, everything. Attached to his neck was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen. It was like a cross between a leech and a slug. It was easily almost 2 feet long and almost a fourth of that in width. The thing was latched to his neck. It was smooth and slimy, dark green, almost the exact same colour of a Christmas pine. But as I stared at it for a moment, I realised it wasn't attached to his neck. It was in his neck. The creature had torn open Jamie's throat and burrowed its head into the exposed wound. As I stared in horror, I saw the thing pulse and writhe as it fed off my dead son's blood, and God knows what else. For a cursed minute, I couldn't move. I couldn't even look away. I stared on in frozen horror before I finally tore myself away and stumbled back into the hallway. I knew Jamie was dead without having to check, and I knew that I had to call the police. But I think I was going into shock, because all I could think of in the moment was to stagger into the living room to inspect the present. It was then that I saw that the box was logged through with blood, and the top of the box had been ripped off by the creature that was held inside. There was something in there that I couldn't make out, which the police later identified as a dismembered hand, most likely put there to feed the creature once the box had been sealed. Yet when I bent down to inspect the box, I saw a small scrap of white paper that was perfectly unstained by the blood. I picked it up with shaky hands, and I was barely able to make out the words written on it in impeccable cursive. This is the gift that awaits everyone on the naughty list. Let it be a warning to you all. Cole is hungry, and he will feed. Merry Christmas. Sorry if my story gets a little disjointed. You see, I have not slept at all in the past, well, going on 50 hours now. Sleep deprivation, it can do weird things to a man. They say memory lapses, delusional thinking, tremors, hallucinations, irritability. It seems anything is possible for the sleep-deprived brain. I read that sometimes, sort of paradoxically, the lack of rest rather than making you feel increasingly tired can make one increasingly manic. And you see, that's part of the problem. I feel like I can't even trust my own mind at this point. I know the things I'm thinking, the things I'm hearing, and what I've seen. They don't make sense. I sound like an insane person, even to myself. My wife obviously thinks I've lost it. She won't even let me talk to the damn kid on the phone. Shit. See, this is what I mean. I'm all over the place. I'm not here to talk about my marital issues. I came to tell you about what happened on Sunday night. Why I haven't been sleeping. Let me paint a picture for you. A man sits alone in his living room, the scruff of a 3-day beard shading his face to a Flintstone-esque two-tone. The glass of the half-empty craft beer bottle in his hand reflects red, yellow and green lights from under the tall Christmas tree in the corner. Under the tree, presents, some wrapped in traditional holiday paper and ribbons, but some are a bright Barbie pink. Open boxes, Chinese takeout, litter a short, glass coffee table, along with pinched, flat soy sauce packets and the man's sloppy socked feet. Fallen fried noodles and diced carrot fleck his baggy t-shirt. On the TV, a football game. The only lights in the room are the respective glows of the flat screen, the tree, and a candle on the window. Dad's night alone. In case you haven't realized, the man is me. Time feels still, frozen in this moment. Nothing is happening all at once. Until a knock. 2 bangs, loud and forceful. They shake me from my stupor, and I actually spill a bit of my beer as I flinch on the couch. I rise from my seat, cautiously, and I check the clock above the fireplace. It's just after 9, a little bit late for unexpected visitors. About to turn the TV off and pretend I'm not home, I'm suddenly stopped by the voices. Quiet at first, reminding me of that scene from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, when the Who's gather to sing together on Christmas morning. You know, when the Grinch is listening from up on his mountain. The voices are children's, wonderfully in tune. "We wish you a Merry Christmas," coming lightly through the front door. A smile came to my face. Carolers, I thought. Even if they are making their rounds a little bit late for my taste, their voices are so clear and pleasant, I can't help but oblige them. I brush the Chinese scraps from my shirt, and I go and open the front door. Let me paint you another picture. On a snowy stoop, 5 young children, all of varying heights, stand in the shallow snow. Their colourful little boots matching the same bright shades of their puffy coats. Each of their noses pink from the cold, and buried in a thin, paperback Christmas songbook. The whole thing, it seems delightful. Until you notice the adult with them, standing behind them, down the steps, just on the edge of the yard. He's wearing a well-tailored, bright, green suit, leprechaun green. Except, he's not short. Actually, he's abnormally tall. He has a thin, black tie and a shiny bald head. He stands with his hands in his pockets, and he is looking not at the children, but directly at you. Directly at me. Staring into my eyes with a terrifying, unblinking intensity. I'm trying to look away from him, back to the cute kids singing their song. But my eyes are drawn to him, like a magnet. It's not just his stare, but the guy's grinning. A cartoonish, toothy, wide smile. It seems to pull the corners of his mouth painfully close to his ears. I try to focus on the sound of their singing. It had seemed so pleasant originally. I tried to concentrate on the song, hoping it was almost over, so I could politely thank them and go back to my football. They go on to the last verse, the fun one, at the end of the song. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring it out here. I clap a bit, still trying as hard as I can not to look up at the man in my yard. I start to close the door when they go back to singing more loudly. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. I laugh a bit, and the kids all look up at their books, continuing to sing. But for the first time, I notice their eyes. All of them, every kid's eyes, are nothing but pupil. They are completely black. No whites, no irises, just empty, black nothingness. I look back up at the man in the green, and his grin is somehow even wider than before. I quickly sputter out some sort of thank you and shut the door. I walk very quickly to the kitchen, and I get my cell phone. I don't know who to call, but I feel immediately so sick and so scared. I think it's best to have it at the ready. Outside, the voices just get louder. and they've lost any hint of holiday cheer. Instead, they just sound hostile. We won't go until we get some. I'm sure it's nothing but a prank, but it's seriously not funny. I go back into the living room and I turn the volume up on my game, trying to drown out the sound of their voices. But as loud as I crank the TV, they're singing, or rather yelling. It gets louder. At this point, I'm feeling certain that they must be waking up the whole neighborhood. And just as I'm about to call the police, they stop, cut off, suddenly and sharply. I tiptoe to my window, and I lift a single slat of my blinds to peer through the glass. My yard is empty. The streets are empty. Our house is right in the middle of a fairly long suburban road without any nearby intersections. I should have been able to see them, but they were gone. And, weirdly, there were no footprints leading away in either direction. Just the light dusting off of untouched snow. Except on the porch, and right by the edge of my yard. All over the porch were the little patterns of children's boots. And in the grass, 2 stationary footprints that looked like they'd been made by some elaborate hoax. I feel like I'm having a bad trip. I did my fair share of drugs, along with my wife, back in our younger days, and this feels like a bit of a bad flashback. I throw away the rest of my beer, turn off the TV, and head upstairs to bed. I lie in my bed for hours, unable to sleep, haunted by the memory of that man and those kids. Eventually, I think somewhere around 4 in the morning, exhaustion is finally taking its toll, and my eyes close for the briefest of moments. Because as soon as I feel like I'm finally drifting off, I hear them again. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. This time, it sounds like a low chant. And it sounds like it's not coming from the front door, but the backyard, which my bedroom window faces. It has to be a bad dream. I pinch myself hard in that soft spot on the back of the arm where it really hurts. But I'm not asleep. I get down on all fours and I crawl to the bedroom window. Peeking up from the edge, I look down at my yard. The children are there, forming a long arc, running from one end of the yard to the other. And at their center, looking up at me and staring, is the man in green. I duck back down below the window. We won't go until we get some. It's still coming in waves, seeming to seep into my house and into my brain. I lay on the floor and I cover my head with one of my pillows. My mind is racing. All I want is to be left alone. I want them gone. But what were they? And what did they want? I'm lying on the floor, rocking in a curled up fetal adaptation when the light of day finally breaks through my curtains. I let the pillow slip away and I realize the voices are gone. I call my wife immediately. You see, she and my daughter were on a little mummy-daughter weekend getaway to Grandma's. I couldn't get work off Friday or Saturday, so they'd gone without me. And since she didn't have school because her winter break just started, they were going to stay Sunday night too, and come back yesterday, Monday afternoon. She thinks I'm some kind of nutbag. She thinks I've completely lost my mind. I try to send her a picture of the shoe prints, but they're gone. either covered by fresh snow or they were never there at all. I tell them it's not safe for them to come home. My wife agrees, but I think for a different reason. Because when I suggest I come and stay with them at her parents' and extend the vacation a bit, she tells me not to come, instead insisting I go and see a doctor. We hang up on bad terms and I hurriedly dress for work. I guess I'm trying to maintain some sense of sanity and normalcy. I stop for coffee on my way. Inside, they're playing their typical soft, sort of indie brand of Christmas music. I order my usual, and I'm leaning against a wall, waiting for the barista to call my name, when that song came on. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. I cringe. Of course this would come on. Frowning, I start to tap my foot in a nervous anticipation, hoping my coffee will be ready before the song gets to its final verse. Of course it isn't. They're busy, and it gets to that damn line. And then, a blip of static, and it repeats again, and again, and again, and again. Terrified, I look around to see if anyone else is noticing this. But I realize no one is noticing anything, because no one is moving. They're all frozen in place. A stream of half and half suspended, mid-pour over some college girl's coffee cup. A chubby man's croissant hangs from his open mouth mid-chew. Scanning the restaurant, I almost faint. There, standing in the arch of the doors to the bathroom, is the man in the green suit. For a moment I think he's frozen too. But then he cocks his head to one side, still grinning, as big as ever. And then he winked. I took off running, and as soon as I was outside, it was like time started back up. Right in front of my eyes, cars lurched to life, and people resumed stride from their previously static stances. I drove home, calling in sick to my office. The rest of the day, I spend alternately looking at my windows and searching the internet for anything that anyone else may have experienced like this. That's how I found no sleep. But unfortunately, nobody seems to have any stories like this about these haunting carolers. I'm starting to think that it might be because nobody lives to tell about them. Last night, as the sun was setting, I called my wife back to try to make peace. I asked again if I could come and stay with them, but she again said no. She told me that I'd scare our little girl if I spoke to her. She scolded me for not going to the doctor like she said. She told me she loved me, and she just wanted me to get checked out, to get better. And then she hung up. And perfectly on cue, the singing began. I nearly shat myself when I looked up and I saw a kid's face in each window of my kitchen. Backpedaling out of the room, I ran to the dining room, where the grinning man leered at me through a window there too. The voices, they grew louder. We won't go until we get some. I locked myself in the downstairs bathroom. It's a tiny room with just a sink and a toilet. But the most important thing was there was no windows. I run the sink, force some white noise, and I hunker down in the corner. Outside the bathroom, I can hear the window panes shaking, hands rapping on the glass, and the front door shaking in its frame. Not caring how crazy I may seem, I finally call the cops. I explain to the operator that there are people outside my house trying to break in. I mention the bald man in the suit specifically, but I neglect to mention that the other people are, well, kids. They say they're sending officers to my home and to stay where I am. For the next 15 minutes, the singing and the shaking of my doors and windows continues, always getting louder, always seeming closer. I'm praying that the police will show up soon. And then I hear the front door burst open. I let out an audible scream from the bathroom, and I know that I've given my position away. Before I can reach the lock, the handle turns and opens, and standing over me are 2 police officers. They just stare at me. I can't say I blame them. Like I said, I know how crazy I seem. I'm laying on the floor of my bathroom, shaking, my baggy and bloodshot eyes blinking up at them, babbling about evil ghost children and a man in a green suit. They question me for some time, and then they leave me alone. I somehow manage to calm myself down, and I catch my breath enough to convince them that I'm not completely bonkers and not going to harm myself. They promise to send a squad car by my house every so often for the rest of the night. I thank them and I sit down on my couch, opening a beer, hoping to take the edge off this whole situation. For a long time, my home is quiet. No singing, no knocking on the doors or windows. I'm again watching the football, the end of the Monday night game, when I notice lights outside. I stand quickly and going to my window. I see a cop car pull to a stop in front of my house, and I let go of an enormous sigh. But turning back to my couch, my heart stops. The TV is frozen. Initially I think, no big deal. Probably some snow on the satellite, messing with the signal. But then I see it, by the couch. I must have accidentally knocked one of my beer bottles off the coffee table. But it never touched the ground. It was hovering there, between the tabletop and the floor. Just stopped there, in the air. And then, it went back to falling, hitting the floor, just right so that it breaks. And at the sound of the break, the voice has come back again. We won't go until we get some. Once again, every window I turn to frames either the black-eyed face of a child or the bald, smiling man. I drop to my knees in the middle of the living room and I yell, I don't know what you want. I'll do anything, I swear. Please just stop. Please, go away. Take what you want. I won't stop you. Please. And then, the voices stop. I open my eyes, and the kids are gone. But standing there, in my living room, just mere feet in front of me, is the man. His smile reached its very widest, an unimaginable stretching of skin, revealing every tooth. And then he snaps his lips shut, suddenly wearing a very serious expression. I feel a wet spot growing in my pants, but he just nods, steps over the top of my crumpled form, and walks away. Rolling over, I no longer see him in my house. He's just gone. I spend the night in a whimpering heap on the couch, but I don't sleep. That takes us to today. This morning, things seem to be back to normal. I call into work again, however, and then spend the morning trying to get a hold of my wife. She's not answering, so I figure maybe she's still mad at me. I try her parents' home phone, but they don't pick up either. Maybe they saw my number on the caller ID. I'm seriously debating whether or not I've seriously snapped. Everything seems normal. The day passes without any more appearances from the carolers. I'm starting to think that the lack of sleep and diet of bad Chinese food may have gotten to my head. But the thing is, it's almost 3 now, and I've called my wife over and over today, and she's still not answering. Neither are her parents. I'm tempted to defy my wife's wishes and drive over there myself. But I've got this really bad feeling that I can't explain. I don't know what the kids wanted, but they said they weren't going until they got whatever it was. And now they're gone. It's been almost a year since I picked up Samantha from the airport. She looked like shit, which I told her, which is about when she hit me in the shoulder as hard as she could. Miss you too, sis, I mumbled, rubbing my arm as we rode the moving elevator out and toward the parking lot. Did you talk to Brandon's family? I was going to, but I didn't have time, she said. She didn't look at me when she talked, and she was wearing those enormous sunglasses, the ones that covered half her face. I talked to his mum, I said, super briefly. She's happy you're coming. She mentioned how close you and Brandon were. Samantha groaned. Great, just great. I can't believe I'm back here. Well, I said, as we stepped off the moving sidewalk and headed toward baggage claim, past all the holiday travellers with their grim looks. I hope you brought your coat. It's going to be snowing. Samantha stopped and dropped her carry-on bag. She took off her sunglasses, and her eyes looked huge and terrified. What? It's going to snow? No, I laughed. Just messing with you. You should have seen your face. You looked like... I couldn't finish my sentence before she punched me as hard as she could and stormed off to the luggage retrieval. Driving home, I couldn't get over how weird it felt to be seeing her again. She was all balled up in the passenger seat, watching the familiar landscape drift by. It's so monotone here. I forget that sometimes. It's weird how when you live somewhere so different, the place you came from just remains the way it was. Everything is still the same here, she murmured, in a tone that was a mixture of awe and disgust. Except that, well, you know, except that Brandon's dead now. Just like Julie. Just like we'll die too. Everybody dies. But do you want to die like that? Do you want him to be the last thing you ever see? I didn't say anything. I didn't look at her. The radio was playing, rocking around the Christmas tree, but it was the Leanne Rimes version, and it sounded like garbage. He's not real, I finally said, and she started laughing. I spoke over her. He's made up. It's just a story. It didn't happen, Sam. Remember what the doctors said? It didn't happen. Tell that to Brandon and Julie, she said, See if they think that. Those were accidents, that's all. They weren't accidents. Or suicides. I don't know. It was something normal, not what you're talking about. If that's what you think, then great. Good for you, Matty. Glad you've got it together. All I know is that as soon as this thing is over, I am back on that plane and I'm out of here. We didn't speak for the rest of the drive. Mum and Dad were very happy to see Samantha, and she seemed happy to see them. But I didn't really care. I went up to my room and I just messed around on the internet for a while. Christmas was in 2 days. I heard my mum yelling downstairs at Samantha, "We'll finally have you home for Christmas." Reflecting on our earlier exchange in the car, I typed into Google, holidays plus increased suicide rates, but all the links said that it was just a myth. Anne, my girlfriend, texted me later that night. Her and a couple of her friends from work were going drinking and wanted to know if I wanted to come. Surprisingly, Samantha asked to tag along, and so we drove out to Charlemagne together, a divey little place with cheap pitchers and jukeboxes. Anne and Samantha immediately hit it off, which left me spending most of the night playing pool with Anne's co-worker. After an hour or so, I walked Anne out to her car. It was cold out, and all the stars were vibrating in the big sky above. Samantha really is nice, Matt. It was cool to meet her. Can't believe she lives in Singapore. Yeah, she loves it out there, I said. I'm glad you guys had fun. Can I ask you a question? Not if it's about what I bought you for a present. It's not that. Anne paused, and then added, although, I am glad you bought me a present. You always seem so unprepared. I nodded and smiled my best don't worry at all grin. I, still had to buy her a present. It was something Samantha said. She told me something really weird happened 10 years ago. She said she didn't want to talk about it, but that I could ask you if I really wanted to know. What? I felt my body go cold. She said that? Are you okay? What happened? I wasn't sure how to start. Look, I never told you about this because it's really messed up, okay? Okay, Anne said. The street lights behind the parking lot lit her up in silhouette, her pale face like a snowflake in the artificial light. 10 years ago, Sam and her friend Julie, and me and my friend Brandon, we all went out together to go sledding. Brandon and I were 12, her and Julie 15. All four of us, we hung out a lot. Our neighborhood was one of those new developments and most of the houses were still empty. We were the only kids on the block. So, this happened on Christmas. It was the afternoon and it had just snowed a lot. I mean, a ton of snow. Everything was white and there were no footprints anywhere. We wanted to find a big crazy hill to go sledding. So we walked off, away from our houses, away from the road. I finished my sentence and then I just stood there, unable to talk. Anne started to look uncomfortable. So? She tried. Did you find a hill? I don't know, I said. I remember walking. I remember all the snow, making snow angels and snowmen, all of us laughing. But then, I don't know. I woke up and all I knew was that it was dark. I was alone and I was really cold. Really cold. I stood up and I fell over something. I looked down and I felt my voice catch. It was Julie. She was dead in the snow. Oh my God, Anne whispered. I walked in the dark, and eventually, some search team found me. They'd been looking all over for us. I told them about Julie. I had to go to the hospital. I had hypothermia and really bad frostbite. They thought I was going to lose my toes. Oh my God, Matt. I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault. I tried to smile. Don't worry about it. I still have all my toes. 10 out of 10 non-amputated. Would not amputate again. She forced a laugh, and then I continued. They found Brandon. He was at some train tracks later that night. He was okay, but he was like me. No memory of anything that happened. Oh, and he lost a toe. Is Brandon your friend who... Yeah, the one who... You know, last year. On Christmas. That's why Samantha came back. There's gonna be a memorial. Oh, she didn't tell me. I mean, that's a weird thing to say. But what happened to her? Where did they find her? They didn't, I said, after taking a breath. Not then, at least. The cops were looking for her. There were billboards. They put her face everywhere. But that was it. She was gone. My parents were convinced something had happened, that I was covering for her, that there must have been a guy. It was a mess. Until March, that is, when we got a call that Samantha was in Canada and that she was okay. She was found, standing in the middle of the Mackenzie Highway, way up in the Northwest Territories, in the middle of nowhere. It was snowing, and she was wearing the same clothes she had on when she disappeared. She was healthy, and she didn't remember anything. What? I know, it didn't make any sense. But we were so happy that she was back, we didn't really care. Ever since she came back, she hated the snow, hated the cold. She went to college in Florida. That's why she lives in Singapore, I guess. Yeah, I nodded. She found some banking job and went there. She told me she was never coming back. But I guess she made an exception. For Brandon. Holy shit, Anne breathed. How have you not told me all this? I figured that once we were together a year and you felt trapped with me, I would share my terrifying childhood memory. Look at us, she said, 2 months ahead of schedule. She leaned in, and we kissed, and then she was in her car, pulling out and waving goodbye. I just stood there in the parking lot for a moment, illuminated in the vanishing red brake lights. When I walked back into the bar, Sam was playing pool with Liam, and somebody had put money into the jukebox. Thumpity thump thump, thumpity thump thump. Look at old Frosty go. The next day was Christmas Eve. It was cold, but dry and sunny. My mum made breakfast and my dad tried to be funny but wasn't. I could tell how happy they were, and it killed me. You never want to notice when your parents are happy, because then you realize all the other times they aren't. I spent most of the day running around, buying last-minute presents. The mall was a vast nightmare with a hideous hellbound parking lot. That I made it out alive, much less with gifts, shocked me. I drove home in the cold, the stereo blaring, "We Need a Little Christmas," as I merged out of the horrible traffic and onto Route 36. That night was quiet. Samantha seemed okay, mostly smiling politely, not really talking. My parents went to bed early. Sam poured a glass of wine, and then we talked. Mostly about her work, a bit about her apartment, what life was like living in a different country. We were talking for so long, I hadn't even noticed how late it was. "Hey, it's midnight," I said. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," she said back, and then stood up to walk across the living room to the front bay window. I could see the ragged red-green glow of Christmas lights gleaming. And then, something else. Snowflakes. Big and white, and glittering in the holiday lights. "It's snowing?" I asked. Samantha didn't say anything. She didn't even turn around. But I could see her shoulders tense. She dropped her wine glass, and it landed with a soft, wet thud on the off-white carpet, its red color spreading slowly. "I knew," she said. "I knew this would happen. I have to get out of here." "Sam, wait. There isn't anything to..." The next thing that happened was her turning around and hitting me as hard as she could in the face. I stumbled backward and fell, hitting what I later discovered was the coffee table. Everything vanished, all at once. When I woke up, the living room was deserted. Everything felt quiet, like I was the only person alive. I stood up and I looked about the room. The wine was still staining the carpet. Snow was still falling outside. From my angle, I could see the time on the microwave in the kitchen was glowing. 3:15. My car keys weren't in the bowl next to the door. I opened up the front door and cold air ran into the house, into my lungs. My car was not outside. I started to walk down the snow-covered street. I knew she would be driving to get to the highway, to get to the airport, to get away from the snow. Almost an hour of walking, I saw it. My car smashed into a guardrail. Its headlights were still on. There was something that looked like red wine splattered on the snow outside the car. I followed it until I found Samantha, laying cold, dead, and frozen in the cold ground. Traumatic brain injury, the cops told us. They see it a lot. Someone in a single car accident hits their head, wanders off, bleeds out. Tragic, yes, but exceptional, no. But me, I knew. When I went to her corpse, with her blue lips caked in blood, I saw the snow in her mouth, like she'd been eating it, or like it had been shoved in. I knew what happened. The day we vanished, something else happened. We built a snowman. Typing this makes me feel weird, like an idiot. Everyone builds snowmen. But this one, after we built it, Julie shoved 2 black rocks in its face to make eyes. I looked at it, and it felt like something bad had happened. Something wrong. There were crows above us, in the bright, blue, unlimited sky. They were flying in a circle, getting smaller and smaller. I started getting dizzy, and there was a wind, out of nowhere, blowing hard, raising the white powder into the air until I couldn't see. I could just hear Julie starting to scream. And I swear, I saw something giant beginning to come alive. That was the last thing I remember, which was more than Brandon could, and Samantha never wanted to talk about it. Until last year, after Brandon was found dead in the snow. She called me. She was drunk, and she wasn't making any sense. She kept babbling on about how she tried to help the snowman, even after what he did to Julie. She said that he was just confused and she wanted to save him. She took him to Canada on a train, headed to the North Pole where it would always be winter. But things got messed up, Matt, she said, her voice sounding like she was trying not to cry. They got real messed up. It wasn't good. He let me go, but he told me that he could come back. Any Christmas that it snowed, that he could always come back. And he did. When selling a house, if a death occurred within 3 years of the house going on the market, the seller is legally required to inform potential buyers of said death. This requirement was not necessary in my case. Everyone within a 50-mile radius seemed to already know about Victoria Teller. It was a tragic story. She had given birth to a bouncing baby boy, whose father no one seemed to know. The baby passed away just a few months later. And Victoria, she took her own life a year after that. That much was known to be true. What was unknown were the circumstances surrounding the incidents. How the baby died. Some said accident, some said illness, some said murder. How Victoria did it, and what happened in between. The popular rumour was that Victoria, in her grief-stricken psychosis, began buying dolls to replace her dearly departed son. The doll would then suffer the same fate as the real baby in her mind, and she would bury it and move on to another. People, mostly teenagers, made it a Halloween tradition to search for the doll graveyard. They searched the backyard and the woods behind it, but nothing was found in the 6 years that that house was empty. I was confident that the house that I'd bought for my family and me had nothing strange in its history, but 2 tragic deaths. The first few months living in the Teller house were rather uneventful. I had to occasionally shoo away curious locals that weren't aware our house was no longer empty, but I found no ghosts or satanic symbols or anything sinister like that. It seemed that it was just a house, one that I got a huge discount on because of what happened there, and the bad juju that was rumoured to have acquired because of it. By the time the Christmas season rolled around, I'd pretty much forgotten about Victoria Teller. It was the first year that my son, Caleb, was really aware of anything other than presents. We lined the roof and windows with lights. We hung a wreath on the door, and we put some standing decorations on the lawn. We bought and decorated a big Christmas tree, big enough to fit a toy store underneath it, which was appropriate because of how many presents Santa was going to bring Caleb that year. He was getting more excited each day, especially since we had been dropping some pretty big hints that he was getting a puppy. My family was the happiest it had ever been. Until a week before Christmas. My wife had been wrapping presents as we bought them, so that we didn't have to stay up all night on Christmas Eve like we had in previous years. She had opened the door to the closet that held the presents to find the wrapping paper torn to shreds. Her first thought was that Caleb had gotten into them, but I doubted that he would be able to contain his excitement if he had. It looked almost as if some rodents had shredded the paper, but the boxes were not damaged at all. We brushed it off as a mystery, and we moved the presents to the attic after rewrapping them. I occasionally heard some shuffling from inside that closet, but I never saw whatever critter had caused it. I figured we would call an exterminator after Christmas, just to check inside all the walls. Soon enough after that, things started to get really strange. I walked into the bathroom to find the dirty clothes scattered around the room and the hamper on its side. My wife found the refrigerator door hanging open, with food torn up and thrown on the floor. Caleb was distraught one morning when he woke up to find all of the toys that he had carefully placed in his toy box the night before had been thrown all around his room while he slept. All this, and the noises in the walls, were getting more frequent. We were hearing it everywhere in the house. My superstitious wife was becoming scared that the local urban legend was true, that Victoria Teller still haunted the house. She reasoned that the spirit was becoming more active because we were so happily preparing for the holiday with our son. Something she never got to do. Me, I laughed her theory off. I shouldn't have. Christmas Eve, my wife and I put Caleb to bed. We had to return to his room several times to tell him that if he didn't go to sleep, Santa would not bring him anything. When I was convinced that he was finally going to stay in his room, I picked up the puppy from my mother's house and brought him home. We hadn't named him yet, but he was a golden retriever pup. He was as energetic as he was soft and fluffy. After playing with him for a while, we put him to bed in his crate. We ate the cookies that Caleb left for Santa, and we turned in for the night. I was jerked from my slumber by a blood-curdling scream. My wife and I followed our son's cries for help to the living room. Caleb had snuck out of bed and found the puppy. But instead of the happy fluff ball that we left by the tree, what he saw was a final glimpse of what was supposed to be his new pet as he disappeared out of the open front door. My wife took Caleb into another room to console him, while I checked for intruders and signs of a break-in. I found nothing, so I returned to the living room. We were all just beginning to calm down, well, as much as we could, when I heard a tinkling noise coming from the tree. I turned my head just in time to see a pair of big, blue eyes staring at me from the branches. I jumped to my feet and I backed up a few paces, just as the first doll dropped from the tree. It was followed by 3 others. They were those porcelain dolls, wearing what were probably pretty little dresses at one time. I couldn't tell, because the dresses were covered in dirt and blood. I watched with a mixture of terror and disbelief as all 4 of those dolls rose from the ground and started towards me. The screams of my wife and son snapped me out of my horrified trance. The dolls' heads turned as I ran from the room to find my family. I raced up the stairs to my bedroom, where I found my wife standing up on our bed with Caleb in her arms. Dozens of porcelain dolls, varying in states of damage and filth, were standing on the floor, surrounding the bed. They were making their way toward my loved ones, with their tiny arms stretched out, reaching for the woman and child who were desperately trying to stay away. I started kicking the little demons out of the way as I hurried to the rescue of my wife and kid. I didn't think a bunch of dolls would be so hard to push through, but I was wrong. For every one that I kicked away, 4 more came at me. They grabbed and pulled and thrashed, and I found myself moving away from the bed instead of towards it. After noticing that most of the dolls had directed their attention to me, I yelled for my wife to run. I hoped that I served as enough of a distraction that her and Caleb could get away unharmed. The dolls were still trying to reach them. They were clinging to the sides of the bed, climbing with delicate little hands. My wife jumped off the bed, stumbled, and fell. Caleb's head hit the floor, and the resulting cries caught the attention of many of the dolls I was desperately trying to fight off and keep away. My wife tried to save herself and gather our son before the wave of small monsters got to them. But she was too slow. I watched as the dolls quickly swarmed Caleb. My wife started trying to get them away, but they turned on her when Caleb stopped thrashing. I made my way to them just as my wife stopped fighting. I saw the despair in her eyes as a doll with a chunk of black hair and a grey, tattered dress ripped a chunk from her throat. The creatures moved so fast. There were so many of them. We didn't stand a chance. I don't know how long I stood in my bedroom, watching a horde of dolls ripping apart the two people I loved most in the world, before I realized that I was no longer being attacked. Every porcelain creature was crowded around what was left of my wife and son, feasting on them. I've regretted what I did next every day since. I ran. I bounded down the steps as fast as my feet would carry me. I reached the front door when I heard a twisted woman's voice coming from upstairs.
That's right, my children. Fill those bellies so you can grow big and strong.
I shut the door behind me and fell down the steps of the front porch. After vomiting up the cookies I had eaten earlier that night, I turned to look at the house. Peering out of the window, illuminated by the colourful Christmas lights, was a gaunt woman wearing a tattered black dress. She smiled through a veil of stringy hair as a doll climbed up the front of her dress and rested in her arms. And then she closed the curtain. When my parents first told me the story of Santa and his reindeer, I had a lot of questions for a toddler. How do the reindeer fly? And do they just poop while they're up there like birds? Or do they stop for bathroom breaks? Did Santa meet Jesus? And most importantly, how could he get into our house that doesn't even have a chimney? Most of my questions were met with laughter by my parents, and they just reassured me that Santa had his ways. I would learn of these ways the Christmas just after my 7th birthday. It had been a brutal winter. The snow started piling up on Halloween night, and it hadn't even gotten above freezing since before Thanksgiving. School got cancelled 2 days leading up to Christmas due to the biggest storm our Midwest city had seen in over a decade. It hadn't let up since it started. We must have had 5 feet by the time my dad tucked me in that night. Usually, both Mum and Dad tucked me in, but Mum's plane for work had been delayed by the storm. Dad promised me that Mum would be home in time for me to open my presents the next day, and he left me in my room to try to fall asleep. As any kid can tell you, that was almost impossible. I tossed and turned, tried to read an old comic book with a nightlight under my blanket, and finally just resolved to lay on my side looking out the window, looking for any glimpse of Santa. I did this every year, and never really expected to see anything. It was just a little game, like counting sheep, to try to fall asleep. I was just starting to doze off when I noticed the light over the back patio turn on. That got my attention. I walked up to my window and I looked down to see if it was an animal or if Mum had gotten home early. Instead, I saw a man standing at our back patio door, wearing a red jacket and pants with a snow-covered beard and a red pointy hat. My 7-year-old self couldn't believe that I had actually spotted Santa in my own backyard. I sprinted down those stairs in my pajamas and into the back living room. That was where the patio door was and our Christmas tree. I looked up at the glass doors where Santa was hunched over, fiddling with the door handle. He couldn't seem to get it open, which didn't bode well for me. My parents had said that he can get inside to any house he wants to. But what if the lock was too hard for him and he just decided to skip our house? What if he gave all my presents to Billy the bully who lived 2 houses down? There was no way that I was going to let that happen. So I walked up to the door and flipped open the lock. I took a step back and I gazed up as Santa slowly pulled the door open. As I felt the blast of Arctic air fill the living room, I got my first good look at Santa. I'll admit, he didn't quite look how I expected. First of all, his red pants looked like my dad's thick work pants in a different color. His jacket had tears in it, with the stuffing turning yellow with age. It started to pop out. A black toe stuck out of his boot, obviously a severe case of frostbite. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and looked down to lock eyes with me. I knew he was very old, but I didn't expect him to look so disheveled. He pulled his red beanie off, and I could see his bald scalp with grey hair falling over his ears. Once he shook the snow from his beard, it was more of a stringy, patchy appearance than the bushy, full white beard I expected. The thing that stuck with me the most, though, was the prominent scar that curved down like a snake from his forehead, over his left eye, and down to the edge of his lips. His mouth slowly opened into a toothy grin, with at least 3 teeth missing. He reached out a shaky hand, and he greeted me. "Thanks for letting me in, little buddy. It was getting pretty cold out there." I was apprehensive, but I extended my little arm to shake his hand. It was ice cold to the touch, which made sense, but it was his prolonged grip on my hand that bothered me the most. Once I was free, I took a few steps back and continued scanning him up and down. Something didn't feel right, but I kept telling myself that all the pictures I'd seen of Santa were just wrong. Who else could it be? He finished brushing the snow off himself, and he walked over to the cookies and milk that I'd left out on the coffee table. He ate like he was starving, spilled half the milk on his jacket as he drank it, and he just threw the dishes to the floor when he was done. Finally, he turned back to me, and he flashed that big smile again. He shuffled toward me, and he sat in my dad's recliner, but not before scooping me up and pulling me into his lap. He asked me why I seemed so nervous, which I didn't respond to. He ran his bony fingers slowly throughout my full head of hair before rustling it a bit. When I tried to pull away, he squeezed me into a tight hug and asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I just wanted to get up and go back to bed at this point, but I whispered out the name of the gifts that I'd been dreaming of for months. The Nintendo 64 with GoldenEye and Zelda. Oh, and an extra controller, of course. He let out a quiet ho-ho sound in reply, which quickly turned into a bit of a wheezing cough. I hoped that my dad would hear and come down the stairs to check on things, but no such luck. "Well, my little friend," he said, now holding my hand in his own. "I could only get that for a boy that's been nice all year." His eyes narrowed as he glared down at me and tilted his head. "You have been nice all year, haven't you?" I quickly nodded my head to answer his question. His leer, it lasted a few more seconds before he cracked a small smile and told me that he had a treat for me. A partially eaten candy cane appeared out of one of his jacket pockets, and he handed it to me. I was apprehensive at first, but he assured me that it was made with special magic from the elves. It smelled like a normal candy cane, and I wasn't going anywhere with Santa's hold on me, so I reluctantly accepted. It was the most delicious candy cane that I had ever tasted. My nervousness started to fade right away, and I devoured the piece of candy in a matter of seconds. Finally, Santa broke the silence, and he asked me if Mummy and Daddy were home. Apparently, Rudolph and Blitzen had been arguing, and he crashed his sleigh into a power line near my house. He needed someone's help to get unstuck, so he could finish delivering presents. I told him that my mum would be back in the morning, and my dad was sleeping upstairs. I offered to help, but before I could even finish my statement, I started to feel incredibly sleepy. My eyes just did not want to stay open. I felt a bit dizzy, and all I could think about was curling up in my bed and falling back to sleep. Santa chuckled as I trailed off mid-sentence. My last memory before dozing off was Santa carrying me to the couch. I woke up to the sound of our kitchen door slamming shut. I was still on the couch, wrapped in the blanket that was usually draped over the back of it, and it was very much daytime. As I regained consciousness, my first thought was that Mum was home, but I couldn't help but be distracted by the new gift that had been planted prominently in front of the Christmas tree. Unlike all of the other presents, it was wrapped in happy birthday wrapping paper. I recognized it from my parents' closet. It was then my mum walked into the living room, and before I could get up to hug her, she started grilling me on why my father had let me sleep on the couch, and if he was really sleeping this late. Then, she noticed the new present too. It was a fair-sized box, but the wrapping job was sloppy. A bow had been stuck to the top of it, and in permanent marker, someone had written, "To Logan, from Santa." My mum yelled out toward the stairs for my dad to come down. No response. She looked down at me and asked me how the present got there. I started telling her the story of how I met Santa and how he needed Dad's help to get his sleigh unstuck. I don't think she believed me at first, but then she noticed the footprints on the back patio. She yelled out for my dad again. All of a sudden, she seemed very concerned and bent down to look me in the eyes and make me promise that no matter what, I would not open the new present on the ground. Although I had no intention of keeping that promise, I nodded, and she rushed upstairs without even taking off her jacket. I immediately started tearing at the birthday wrapping paper, and soon had a plain brown box in front of me. The bottom was soggy and a bit sticky, as if something had been spilled inside. I tore at the top of the box until I could get a good grip, and then I ripped the top off. My mum's scream echoed from upstairs as I set my eyes on what was inside. At first, I couldn't process what I was looking at. My breath stopped, and I just stared for a minute before I let out a scream of my own. It was a Nintendo 64. The games I wanted, and the extra controller. Wow. My mum came running down the stairs with my dad, chasing her in a Halloween mask. She punched him in the shoulder and called him an arsehole as he pulled her into a big hug. I held the Nintendo 64 up over my head and I started dancing around. I heard my mum asking my dad where it came from, but he just brushed off all her questions, winked at me, and went into the kitchen. It was the best Christmas ever. It seemed like a good idea, a good plan, to go straight after work to the shops and do my Christmas shopping early this year. It was already strange, right when I arrived. The centre was far too empty for a normal Thursday night. The sky too, it didn't seem very promising. Grey clouds rolling in. The cold wind getting harsher by the minute. At the time I'd bought my first item, a beautiful pair of long, brown gloves for my mother. Half the shops had already closed. Everybody seemed rushed and worried. I figured it was just the weather. I didn't know that the centre was going to close early. And I certainly didn't know it would close that quickly, and without warning. I was in the DIY shop when I suddenly needed the bathroom. Not something that I want to describe in detail here, but it was urgent, and I needed quite some time. But I only really noticed how late it was when the bathroom lights turned off. There were no windows either. The room was pitch black. Using my phone as a flashlight, I found my way out of the store. I made my way where I expected the sink to be, and I washed my hands. From my estimations, it was maybe around 10 p.m. Not much later. Definitely not 11. That's when I heard it for the first time. It sounded like singing. It seemed like a children's song, or maybe an old folk song, one that I didn't remember. When I finally managed to dry my hands, I pattered along the wall until I found the door, pulled it open, and was surprised that the rest of the building too was covered in darkness. No lights at all, no shop decorations, no Christmas lights blinking on trees. Although I was sure that I had seen some earlier during my trip. There were not even any green or red emergency lights to lead the way out. My only guide was that singing. But I soon noticed that it was not singing. Too repetitive. And at the same time, I couldn't make out the words. It sounded like English, but the words didn't make sense. As if I was hearing a foreign language, something based on English sounds. And it wasn't just one voice. It was definitely a group, or maybe even a whole choir, all well versed in this one song. The voices, always perfectly in unison. I stumbled my way back through the empty shopping areas. At this point, I didn't even think of going away from the voices. They seemed like the only reliable source, the only thing I could really make out. My phone was too weak to give any serious light now. It was nearly empty and kept turning the screen off every few seconds, depriving me of my only source of light. Still, I moved forward, around corners that I didn't remember being there, feeling my way around strange textures that I decided must be Christmas decorations, ones I had not noticed before. They seemed to cover the walls, a soft, nearly fluffy texture, comfortable to the touch but stinging slightly whenever I moved my hand along the walls. It must have been at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes that I had no idea where I was. I had no idea where I even could have been. The shopping centre was not big. All the walkways had seemed fairly straight. But still, I had made so many turns. The corridors seemed tighter. And my phone, well, that didn't seem to reveal anything but more of this strange material on the walls, glowing a dark green, or maybe a brown, in the dim light of the screen. The one thing that kept me from going insane was the song. Such a sweet chorus. It had something of a hypnotic nature. And although I did not understand the words, nor did I remember any of the melody, I had the distinct, barely controllable urge to sing along. I stumbled forward. The walls seemed to get closer every few steps, but I was not able to turn around. The choir called to me. I could hear the voices, how they were meant just for me, how they were singing to help me find my way, to make me join them. I stopped using my phone at some point. I lost track of time. I kept on walking. The voices kept on getting louder. And still, they always seemed so distant. Even the floor now, it seemed to be covered with the soft texture. And the walls felt even softer. Even more comforting than before. It felt like they were trying to hold me, to embrace me, and make me happy. Then I tripped. At first, I didn't know what it was. The choir seemed close now. Very close. Maybe just around the next corner. Without light, without even any sense of orientation, it was impossible to tell. I knew that my mobile was nearly empty, but one last time, I used it to shine around me, to find out what had made me trip. The light covered only a small area at any time. The soft green material appeared in every direction. I scanned the floor again and again. whatever tripped me, it must have rolled away. I shone the light around me, slowly covering an ever-growing circle, whilst I worried about how empty the battery must be. The choir sang, more intense now than ever before. I could feel the passion of their chant, the deep energy, and the desire behind it, and how strongly it was calling to me. I could not resist. I pushed myself up on my hands, not an easy feat on the soft material, and I noticed how weak I felt. But I didn't care. They were calling me. They were chanting for me. I stumbled on, my phone in my hand. I don't remember clicking on my phone. Maybe it was an instinct or a twitch. But I suddenly saw the reflection. Something white, just on the floor to my right. The light turned off again. I moved closer, turned it on. Round, maybe the size of a small melon. A ball, perhaps. The chant got more intense. I felt it around me, as if I was already part of it. My heart was already telling me to sing, but my curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed for the object. It was hard to the touch, smooth, with a few dents. I moved my fingers along it, in something of a trance. Then, the object curved inwards. My fingers moved inside, deep inside. 2 fingers went smoothly, right in the center of the object. I moved my fingers out, felt more, and there was a second hole. I turned the object and shone my phone on it. A skull. My fingers sitting right inside the eye socket. I must have screamed. I don't remember screaming, but I remember hearing a scream. Then suddenly, silence. The chanting had stopped. Then, hissed orders, again, in a language I did not understand. But I understood the tone. Anger. Anger at the disruption. Anger against me. I tried to scramble upwards, but the ground was too soft, and I felt too weak. I pushed my hands and feet against the ground, but it just gave in and seemed to lock me in place like quicksand. I panicked. I tried to dig my fingers into the ground to pull myself forward, but the mass did not give in. I heard footsteps, quickly coming closer, hitting hard against solid ground. I was desperate. In a last, single bout of energy, I finally threw myself towards the side, rolled on my side in the direction I thought I'd come from. The room seemed to brighten, just slightly. Not enough for me to see properly, but enough for me to notice that the light was coming closer. In exasperation, I pushed against the wall and the floor at the same time, dug my knees deep into the soft but sharp ground. And finally, I was back on my feet, running. I don't remember much of the way. I remember moments of the light coming closer while I ran against walls whenever the corridor made a curve, cursing under my breath. There were more hissing commands and other conversations in this weird language that sounded like my own but was completely incomprehensible. I don't remember exactly how I got out. One of the times I ran against the wall, there was something hard, resistance like wood, and then the wall broke with a loud cracking sound. I fell on a hard floor, screaming in pain, but at the same time, relieved to be on a ground I finally understood. I could hear curses just a few steps behind me. I jumped on my feet. Running on the hard ground was easy. It nearly seemed relaxing. At first, I didn't even notice that I could see again. I just kept on running in a straight line until I realized that I knew where I was. I was back in the mall, right next to the DIY shop, right next to the exit. Still running, I changed directions, turned left towards the exit, only to see, in the blinking Christmas lights, that there were heavy metal bars behind the doors. There were steps behind me, many steps, of at least 5 or 10 people. Without any alternatives, I still ran towards it, and I saw the thin window right to the left of the entrance doors. No bars. My only shot. Gathering up all of my strength, I sprinted forward, right towards that window. Not even the screams behind me could hold me back. My shoulder moved forward, without me even thinking about it. I hit the hard window. Pain. Insufferable pain. The high-pitched sound of glass shattering. Screamed commands behind me. But I stumbled forward. I kept on running for about 2 blocks. Then I jumped into someone's front yard, and I fell on the freezing ground behind some bushes. Panting heavily, I tried so hard to calm my nerves. I listened for steps, screams, chants, anything. But the only thing I could hear was the white noise of cars on a distant street. I must have passed out after a few moments. When I woke up, I was cold. Far too cold. People around me, voices speaking to me. Sirens. Red and blue blinking lights hurting my eyes and ears. Sir, are you okay? Sir, can you hear me? I was released 2 days later. That was nearly 2 years ago. The mall reported that there had not been any broken windows, nor did I appear on their security tapes. No shopkeeper remembered me. Nobody believed me. They sent me to a therapist. I still go, once every 2 weeks, to tell her about my day. She says it was likely a hallucination, maybe because of drug abuse or dehydration. But I don't believe her. I know what I saw, what I felt, and I know what I heard. Occasionally their chants still invade my dreams. But I'm okay. Life is normal now. But I know for sure I will never do my Christmas shopping early again. I want to be among people. I want to squeeze through the crowds. I'm scared of being alone. I'm scared of the dark. I want to have light, and I want to see people. I know it all sounds crazy. I know that nobody believes me. Probably not even you. But I'm sure it actually happened. I'm sure I'm not crazy. I still have those gloves. My eyes gaze blankly through the glass, towards the endless muddy plains, blanketed in a thin layer of powdery snow, as the train continues its long journey to my destination. I checked my phone again, and reread my text exchange with Nicole from the last time I had service. The kids can't wait to see you, honey, and neither can I. How much longer do you think it'll be? The attendant told me we'd be at the station by 8, if there are no more delays. I had replied. Don't worry though, I'll be there tonight. I love you. This was supposed to be the first Christmas day that I would be spending with family in over a decade. When I had accepted the work assignment, tracking down an unresponsive witness with an address in the middle of absolute nowhere, I had not anticipated it taking 3 days, or a blizzard shutting down the airport. Now, this 14-hour ride was my only hope of making it back on time. It had already been delayed twice. A coarse voice calls for me. I turn. It's the white-haired man sitting across the aisle. He is one of the only other passengers in my train car. He's thin, and he looks quite up there in the years. He's wearing a formal black suit with a matching black and white tie. He wants to strike up a conversation. I'm not normally one to share information with strangers, but he carries a gentle sincerity, one that somewhat disarms me. We chat for a bit, and when I mention that I'm returning to my family, he asks me if I have kids waiting for me at my destination. Yes, I reply, but they aren't mine, not really. They're from my partner's previous marriage. This'll be my first Christmas with them, as a part of the family. Assuming this train gets me there on time, that is. He nods slowly, and he wishes me good luck. He tells me that I have a lot to live for. That he had a lot to live for too, once. But that he's all alone now. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Oh, I mutter. I'm sorry to hear that. Where are you heading, if not to meet with someone for the holiday? His response is cryptic. Somewhere I've been before, he tells me. You see, he continues, there's a reason this train is so deserted. Strange things happen on this line at this time of year. Just don't forget what matters to you most. You have a lot to live for. Then, he removes a blue pill from a bag, pops it into his mouth, and swallows it with a gulp of bottled water. Now, he says, I'm going to get some rest. He lays across the empty seats to his left, and he closes his eyes. I ponder on his words as I return my gaze to the barren landscape outside. I pity this kind, lonely man, and I wonder what he meant about strange things happening on this line. As far as I've observed, everything about this train ride has, thus far, been quite mundane. As darkness begins to fall, the man's gentle snores mix with the regular clickety-clack of the train passing over the rail joints and squats. It's lulling me into a state of drowsiness. I find myself yawning as the frosty scenery blends together in the fading night. I close my eyes and I think about Nicole and the two boys. They'll stay up all night waiting for me, if Nicole lets them. But hopefully, it won't come to that. Hardly a moment passes before my hopes are dashed. My eyes shoot open at the sound of the loud hissing of the brakes. The conductor's voice announces that mechanical failures have prompted an unplanned stop at a station.
We expect a 1-hour delay. Passengers must disembark during the repair process. Repeat, passengers must disembark.
Bloody hell, I think. Part of me wants to scream at the nearest train employee. But I know better than to yell at someone who probably wasn't even at fault. Best to just wait for the problem to be fixed. I text Nicole about the delay as I stand up and don my coat and scarf. Judging by his empty seat, the old man has already stepped outside. I do the same, and I hop onto the platform. I feel a strange, vague sense of familiarity as I read the banner stretched out across the side of the train station. It states, "Welcome to Evergreen," in red and green letters. Rather than spend the hour waiting at the station, I decide to explore a bit. The town around me, it could hardly be more picturesque. I don't know if I've ever seen a town so thoroughly decorated for the holiday season. Smatterings of snow sit on the tiled roofs of the shops in the downtown square around me, as well as the Victorian houses on nearby hills. All are decorated with an assortment of lights, as well as Santa and reindeer figurines and inflated props. The town's inhabitants, they're all adorned in heavy coats, top hats, gloves, scarves. They're trudging through knee-deep snow. Giant candy canes, thick, green trees. Even the occasional snowman line the streets. A horse pulls a couple in a buggy beside me. Children in a park nearby giggle as they pelt each other with snowballs. My surroundings delight me. I feel like I'm inhabiting a childhood dream. It reminds me of the many hours I used to spend watching my mother craft every detail of a miniature holiday-themed town. As I cross a small bridge over a lake, I look down at the family skating across its frozen surface. It's a lovely sight, but I can't escape this uneasy feeling that's growing in my gut. This is all too perfect, too serene. Most eerily, it makes me feel nostalgic. Even though I know I've never visited someplace like this. Almost instinctually, I navigate through the town until I arrive at the main street, packed with Christmas-themed shops and stands. I find myself somehow anticipating the various sights and moments before I even see them. A dog in an adorable elf costume. A series of stands marked Hank's Holiday Market, and a group of 4 carolers singing to a small crowd. It all hits me when I read the sign outside a store covered in wreaths and garlands. Scott's Christmas Confections. I back up as my heart beats rapidly. It's not true. It can't be. This whole town, every street, every nook and cranny, it is identical to the evergreen my mother and I once created. It was my last Christmas with her. The signs of illness were still scattered. She wouldn't get the diagnosis until early the next spring. She spent many of her last months of good health teaching me her hobby. We cleared out a whole room in the basement and we used tables and buckets to set up the town's hilly geography. She showed me how to cut and layer the mountainous backdrop to hide the electric wires that powered the lights and the train that ran right through the town. We set up a frozen lake and covered the setting with cotton snow. For the most part, we reused the people, buildings, and decorations from Mum's private collection. But she and I spent several days constructing and fine-tuning a new shop to add to the town. When it was completed, she let me name it after myself. Scott's Christmas Confections. As I look around now, I recognize each and every item in the busy street around me. Every person, every house, every tree, every light dangling from them. It is all a perfect match from piece to piece. Questions rush through my mind. How could this be possible? This town, it can't exist. What Mum and I constructed, it was an artificial miniature. Yet, here I am, walking through it. Had it sprung from my imagination? Had I shrunken? Or had it grown? This all feels so inexplicable, so wrong. I rush back towards the station. The train, alone, is comfortingly real. Like the last piece of a world that I had disembarked from moments ago. I'm nearly back when a sight suddenly catches my eye. Something about a hill that overlooks the station. It feels different from the rest of Evergreen. It takes me a moment to realize why it seems that way. Then, it hits me. That hill, it does not belong there. It alone deviates from the miniature that my mum and I constructed so long ago. Through the fluttering light snowfall, I discern the outline of the structure at its peak. It sits on a small plateau, visible from my current location. It is a house, one that I've not visited in nearly 10 years. My childhood home. The same home where my mum and I built this very town. Its front door opens. A distant figure, obscured by the precipitation and the diminishing light, steps outside and walks in my direction until she is standing at the precipice of a steep decline. I still can't quite make out the figure's features, but I have no doubt who she is. "Mum!" I call, even as I know that she's too far away to hear me. She looks over the town, as if searching for something, or someone. Me, I realize. She's looking for me. My screams to her are futile. She's too far away. I scurry through the snow in her direction as she turns around and heads back inside. I'm not going to leave her. Not now that I've found her again in this impossible place. I ignore everything around me. The man pushing his car out of the snow. The hot chocolate stand. The children laughing on the merry-go-round. As I ascend a lower hill and then follow a narrow trail through a dense wood of tall fir trees. Finally, I emerge to find myself facing the plateau that overlooks the town. The house's surroundings, from its elevated position to the adjacent graveyard and the vibrant garden that surrounds it, bear little resemblance to the deserted countryside that I grew up around. Nevertheless, the building itself is an exact match to the compact, one-story ranch house of my youth. I approach slowly, allowing myself a few moments to catch my breath. This climb would normally exhaust me, and indeed, I feel a tired stiffness in my joints. Nonetheless, the prospect of reuniting with my mother, no matter how illogical the whole situation feels, pushes me along. I knock 3 times at the front door. My heartbeat races as I hear the approach of shuffling footsteps. A lock is undone. Then, another. The wooden door creaks open. A dark figure steps forward. The artificial glow cast by the red and green lights that line the outside of the house illuminate a face, one that bears so much resemblance to my own. I begin to cry. Before I know it, my wet face has dug into her green sweater. She hugs me back. My mother leads me inside. She tells me that I can't imagine how much she has missed me. She tells me that after so many years apart, we'll finally be together again. Everything is as it once was. From the family photos lining the front hallway to the antique grandfather clock that remains functional after decades of use, to the small tear on the fabric of the old living room couch. I find myself sitting by the burning logs of the large fireplace beneath a tall, gorgeously decorated Christmas tree. Stacks of perfectly wrapped presents surround me. When I ask Mum questions about where we are and how I got here, she just shushes me, handing me a plate of cookies in the shape of trees, snowflakes and stars. Just like those cookies that she had always baked for me this time of year. But Mum, I insisted, I have so many questions. All in good time, dear, she tells me. Let's just enjoy each other's company for now. It's been so long. But I need to know, I say. How are you here? How is any of this possible? I was there with you. When you... Mum hands me another tissue as I choke on my words. It's all okay, she says, in a voice I've missed so dearly. We're together now. We'll always be together now. I have so much to tell you, Mum. So much has happened since you left. I have a family now, a wife, and we're raising 2 kids. She tells me that she can't wait to hear all about them. But she wants me to enjoy being here with her a little longer before getting to them. She hands me a present and asks me to open it. I gaze down at the beautifully wrapped gift. A sense of ecstasy coursing through my veins. I am somehow here with my long-departed mother, having a Christmas as wonderful as any from my childhood. The moment seizes me. My mum's face beams in satisfaction as I find myself tearing apart the wrapping paper to reveal a gorgeous floral shirt underneath. I embrace her, thanking her for the gift. The second present is a handmade hardwood sled. As a kid, I'd always been good at sledding, but I had always been stuck with a much cheaper model. I thank Mum profusely, telling her that this is just what I always wanted. It feels true, even though I haven't even thought about sledding in years. A distant, high-pitched sound pulls me back to reality. I remember the train. If I'm hearing its whistle, then... Wait, how long have I been away? I glance at the grandfather clock. If the time it displays is accurate, I've been gone for over 50 minutes. An unsettling feeling grows inside of me. My train is about to leave, and somehow I feel absolutely certain that no other train will be stopping here anytime soon. Mum, we need to go. I don't know what this place is, but we need to leave it now. Mum maintains her long smile. She insists that there's nothing to worry about, that we don't need to be going anywhere. Mum, no. I need to get back to my family, and I need you. Her expression sours. You belong here, with me. I'm not leaving, and neither are you. But, Mum, I have to go back to my family. She raises her voice. I am your family, your real family, and you are staying right here with me. My affection for her fades. I know that my mum, my real mum, would leave with me. She would certainly never ask me to abandon my wife and kids to stay with her. I'm sorry, Mum. I'm leaving. With surprising force and speed, Mum restrains me, wrapping her arms around my neck from behind. She whispers 4 words into my ear. "There's no leaving Evergreen." Her grip tightens around my neck as I try, in vain, to pry her arms off. In desperation, I stumble towards the fireplace, ignoring the heat as I back into it. At first, my mother, or at least the figure pretending to be her, doesn't seem to mind, even as I sense the encroaching heat. I begin to lose consciousness as I grow desperate for breath. Finally, her grip becomes too weak to restrain me. I tumble forward. As I catch my breath, I turn to find the figure engulfed in flame. She isn't burning. She's melting. All of her facial features, mouth, eyes, nose, are disintegrating into a liquid that runs down her body, forming a molten pool at her feet.
"There's no leaving Evergreen,"
she croaks, before collapsing to her knees. I don't have time to process this grotesque sight. I know that I need to leave this town, no matter what it takes. Adrenaline sends me sprinting outside, in the direction of the station. To my surprise, dozens of townspeople await me. They line the roads and footpaths back to the station. Moments ago, I had seen these same people, men, women, children, frolicking peacefully in this idyllic holiday town. But now, they march towards me in unison, chanting 4 words that I had grown to loathe. "There's no leaving Evergreen. There's no leaving Evergreen. There's no leaving Evergreen." The train whistles again. I don't have much time. Scanning my surroundings, I see only one way forward. Quickly, I run back inside, grabbing the sled that Mum, or whatever that thing was, had gotten for me, and I exit to the side. My path takes me through the small cemetery, inexplicably located near the house. As the chants of the approaching crowd grow closer, my foot slips, and I barely manage to stop myself from plummeting into a deep hole in the ground. The inscription on the tombstone, it reads, "Mr. White, born January 13th, 1992. Joined Evergreen, December 25th, 2023. I reach the hill's precipice as the crowd closes in on me. The decline is rocky, dangerously steep, but it leads towards the train station. "There's no leaving Evergreen," repeat the townspeople, who have encircled my position by now. Seeing no other option, I dive forward in the sled. A nauseous pit grows in my stomach as my speed rapidly increases. The intense wind sends my scarf sailing away. My sled, it lands on a small rock formation, sending it flying. But I'm able to keep my grip and continue my descent. With a thud, the sled crashes into a tree. I roll off, and I spot the slowly accelerating train. Mustering the last little bit of energy, I sprint towards the tracks, reaching them just as the caboose is about to pass. I reach out, grab the metal railing, and I pull myself on board. A hand shakes me awake. It belongs to the train attendant, and he's telling me that I've reached my destination. I take in my surroundings. I'm back in the passenger cabin, as if I'd never left my seat. Behind the attendant, I see 3 EMTs lifting the old man from across the aisle into a gurney. His body is pale and limp, but a long smile stretches over his face. An officer asks me a few questions about the man's death. I tell him that I had not seen the man, not since the train had stopped at Evergreen for repairs. The officer eyes me skeptically, and he calls over the conductor, who confirms that the train never made such a stop, and that there is no town with that name anywhere on this line. I spend that evening with my family, who had all waited to open presents until my arrival. It is a warm, joyous occasion, one I chose not to spoil by sharing any of what I had recently experienced. Instead, I hug my wife and children. I remember one thing the old man said: "You have a lot to live for." The paper soon runs a story about an Edward Michelson, who was found dead in his seat at 8:04 p.m. on December 25. Upon reading it, I recall something else he told me. Strange things can happen on this line this time of year. I'm not sure what happened. Of course, the logical side of my brain tells me that I had a vivid nightmare, while the old man, coincidentally, suffered a heart attack. But I also wonder if the train took him somewhere like Evergreen, allowing him to be with someone who meant as much to him as my mother did to me. I think, too, of the graveyard on the hill and the lushness of the garden that surrounded it. Almost as if Evergreen needed us to sustain itself. As the months pass, I think less and less about what occurred. It's been almost a year now. My family life is as wonderful as ever. I eagerly await the approaching morning, when our sons will excitedly unwrap the presents Nicole and I have left for them under the tree. But today, a package with my name on it arrived at our front door. It has no return address. I drop it to the floor when I see 2 objects inside. My long missing scarf and a handwritten note with 4 words in alternating red and green letters. There's no leaving Evergreen. I'll never forget how cold the wind blew on the day we found those tunnels. My dad always said it was the ill wind, brought down from the mountainside, that told him when things were about to go wrong. It's the kind of wind that shakes your bones, leaves you feeling as if the air goes right through you and takes your soul with it. And when you look up into the trees, stretching high above that horizon and covered in deep, thick pines, It all makes sense. I own a Christmas tree farm. You see, for years and years, there was never a problem. Until now. The trees have been dying, choked out at the roots. It starts with the bottom, moving its way up until all the needles fall off and the thing just shrivels to bits. The trees next to the forest, they always seem to go first. I wish that was the worst of our problems. A few days ago, a mother of 4 from around the mountainside brought back the withered remains of a small pine that she'd just bought from me. It was dead, all burned up. I asked if there was a fire, and she told me to look closer. The branches, they were not black and burned to a crisp. They were covered in some strange, tacky, dark substance with the consistency of glue. I put my hand near it, and I felt the heat coming up from its surface. "Don't touch it," the lady told me, her voice stern but trembling. My eldest, he tried to. Melted his finger right to the bone. Welts all up his arms. You gonna tell me what kind of tree sap does that? I didn't have an answer for her. The best I could do was apologize, but she was getting back in her car and slamming the door before I even had a chance to give her the money back for the tree. After she left, driving off as if the devil himself was on her back bumper, I threw on a pair of gloves and tossed the tree into a burn pile with the rest. The smoke smelled absolutely terrible, like the stench of death mixed with a rotten sweetness. It billowed up into the sky in shades of dark purple and magenta. I think it's all got something to do with the earthquakes we've been having. See, we never used to get that many quakes around here. But lately, we're feeling them every day. The last one was so violent, the ground near the tree line started to sink, taking a few of my saplings with it. Early in the morning, old Luke from next door was out filling them in with bags of soil. "Weird weather we're having," I commented, smoking a cigarette next to the tree line, while taking a look into the deep, green woods. "Real misty up there at the peaks lately, isn't it?" "It's always misty," Luke grunted, pouring another bag and using a shovel to smooth it out. "Tell you what's new. I got something pissing around in my chicken coop. Took out all my hens last night." I breathed out a long puff of smoke. "Shit, man. I'm sorry. What do you think? Coyotes again?" Luke sighed. Old, pale eyes staring up into the mountains. He watched the swirling clouds and shook his head slowly as another one of those bitter winds passed through. "Nah, it ain't coyotes," he told me, cutting open another bag of fresh soil. "Coyotes would have eaten them." "Something killed your chickens without eating them?" I asked. Luke laughed, gesturing to the front pocket of my jacket where I had a box of cigarettes. I handed him one, along with the lighter, and I watched him take a couple of puffs before he spoke again. "Whatever it was, it just wanted the heads and the feet. Left the rest untouched. Couple of them. They're only missing their eyes. Nah, buddy. It ain't the coyotes again. It's something else." That chill went up my spine, only this time there was no wind to blame. Luke and I shared a long, uncomfortable stare before the old man pointed at the saplings at the edge of the forest, where my farm and the woodlands met. "You got a blight up on your new trees," he said, taking another slow drag from the cigarette. "I can help you dig 'em up before it spreads to the rest. Dirt's frozen. A shovel won't do. Got an excavator out back. Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock. "Yeah," I murmured, my gaze still fixed on the mist hovering over the green mountain peaks. "Yeah, Luke, that'd be great. I'll pay you for it." No need," the old man said, grunting as he got back to work. "It's what neighbours do in times like these, buddy. It's what neighbours do." That night, we had another one of those earthquakes. It shook the whole damn house, sent dishes flying off the shelves, and left the kitchen table rattling. When it woke me up out of a dead sleep, I saw an odd glow coming from outside my living room windows. Pink and pulsating, coming from somewhere deep up the mountainside. I'm not one to believe in aliens and whatnot, but I've known enough folks around here to know that everyone's seen something strange. If they say they haven't, they're lying. This should have been the moment I knew that it was my turn. When morning came around, more of my trees were ruined. The needles had fallen off. The branches were brittle to the touch, and that dark sap was rolling down the bark into the snow beneath. The forest had it too. Some kind of strange blight that I'd never seen before, turning the pines sick. No one stopped to buy a tree that day. That night, at exactly 7 o'clock, old Luke came by with his excavator, and we decided to start with the biggest trees first. When he got the bucket down by the roots, the metal began to squeal in protest, as if met with something powerful and immovable. It took a few tries and some unexpected dents to the machine, but at last, a thick and gnarled circuit of plant life was dragged out of the earth in long, twisted cords. Those roots seemed to go on forever, forming a dip in the earth all the way back to the forest. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Luke shouted from out of the window of his machine. "It must have started in the woods, then spread to your saplings when the weather got cold. I suggest we get rid of this whole row near the..." Before he could finish that thought, the ground beneath us began to rumble. Dirt was piling into the hole in the ground, tree branches creaking as they began to sink. Luke's excavator made the most terrible sound, like rusted metal being forced to bend as the treads got buried in the frozen soil. Under my feet, the ground was sinking quickly. I flailed with wild arms, trying to catch anything I could, metal or dirt or branch. It didn't matter. All I did was claw at the ground as the quake took me deeper into a dark, cold pit. I fell on something hard. The tough, gnarled roots were sticking into my back. Old dust rising up around me. I had fallen at least 15 feet down. The air around me was stale, smelling of mildew, rot, and a vague scent of ash. "Damn it," Luke yelled from above. I could hear the whine of the machine as he jumped out of the seat and onto the ground again. "Can you hear me down there? You alright?" "Yeah," I yelled up, my voice echoing through a long twist of caverns that stretched in both directions. "Yeah, I'm fine. I fell into a tunnel or something." Luke was quiet for a moment, as if trying to search his mind for an answer. I could hear the rustle of branches as he paced around in the snow. "Might be one of them old coal mines. I didn't know they came out this far." I sighed, disgruntled, wrapping my arms around myself to keep warm in the freezing cold. "Yeah, that's great, Luke. But, I'd like to get out of here, you know?" Right. The old man looked around. "Listen, I can drive up to Pine Haven, grab a length of rope from the hardware store, and we'll use the truck to pull you out. You better scoot a bit, though. If this excavator falls in and crushes you, you'll be fertilizing the pines yourself." "Yeah, okay. Just make it quick," I shouted back up, moving a few feet out of the way. It was absurdly dark down here. The walls of the tunnel dripping with some sort of foul-smelling moisture. Luke's footsteps in the snow started to fade, leaving me with just the light of my phone and a seemingly endless void of dirt and roots. I shone my light at the walls, inspecting the tangled plants. Gosh, it just went on forever. All of the trees mingling together into one huge root system that went deep into the forest. I was beginning to think that getting rid of this blight was going to be a lot more difficult than just pulling up a couple of pines. Minutes passed, then an hour, then 2. Luke had not come back yet. "Hey, buddy," I yelled up into the dark, snowy sky above. "Luke, where are you, man?" I didn't hear anything. Not the sound of feet, nor the call of animals. The cold and the smell really got me wondering if there was any end to this tunnel, and if maybe those quakes had shaken loose another way to get out. Eventually, I did what I had to do. I picked a direction, and I got to walking. With just a dim light in my hand, not much battery, and no idea where I was headed. It was a rotten idea from the start. But what else could I have done? The roots started to grow even thicker and more wild the further I inched into the forest. These were old pines, so tall you could hardly see the tops if you stood below. And the further I walked, the worse that horrible stench was. I found it difficult to breathe, choking in that putrid air with the texture of dust and smoke. I said I was not a believer in things like aliens, but there are forces in this world I cannot explain. If you want to see something that defies everything you think you know about this big wild world of ours, you should take a walk deep in the woods sometimes. The tunnel seemed to get bigger the further I went, cutting into the mountainside. And although the dirt above my head was deep enough to hold the weight of many trees, it wasn't silent down there in the least. I could hear the scratching of little claws, the cries of animals, the whispers of something or someone unknown. At first, I thought it was my ears. I thought perhaps The cold and the dark had gotten to me, and I was growing paranoid, looking for noises where none existed. That was before I found the bones in the walls, wrapped up in vines and roots, held to the wall of the tunnel. Bones and rotten, hanging flesh were scattered from one side to the next. It was like some sort of wild, untamed graveyard. I crept closer, inspecting a rotten hand, still dressed in tattered cloth. I can hardly describe the incredible chill of disgust that went through my body as I saw the fingers move. They cracked and snapped as the hand balled itself into a fist, the vines around it wriggling like a living creature. Those scathing, shifting, slithering noises all around me suddenly made sense. The roots were twitching and climbing atop one another, strangling the bodies caught in their grasp. So many human bodies. All I could think in those moments was that each and every one of those corpses could have been someone who had walked these tunnels before. I felt movement under my feet. The roots were snaking their way out of the cold dirt, reaching for my ankles. Without a second thought, I started to run, hoping that if I moved fast enough, nothing down here would catch me. I didn't pay attention to the echo of my feet or my labored breath. I didn't pay attention to the way my light bounced down the tunnel like a beacon for some hungry beast to follow. The smell was getting worse, tickling the inside of my nose and making my eyes burn. It felt like acid in my throat. But no matter how far I ran down, I could never escape those roots and those twitching, shambling corpses trying to fight their way out of the dirt. Some of them were human. Some were something else. As I ran, my light caught their eyes. Some had more than two. Others had limbs or faces that didn't match the rest, like creatures that had melted together. God, they were hideous, but tormented at the same time, groaning, screaming for mercy. I couldn't tell if they reached for me with intent to kill, or if they were just reaching for anything that could maybe free them from those suffocating roots. But I would take the cries of the dead any day over the sound I heard next. The ground shook above me, freeing clumps of dirt that fell onto my shoulders like pellets of ice. I stopped for just a moment to catch my breath, doubled over with hands on my knees. That's when I heard the most hideous sound. The shriek of many animals at once, all combined into one horrible, blood-curdling voice. Something was moving, stomping through the tunnel systems. I couldn't tell if it was one thing or many things, as the sounds of dozens of feet and hooves rushed through the path and made the ground beneath me shiver. As its awful screams grew louder, I had no choice but to run as fast as I could down any and every path that would take me further from that thing. I looked behind me only once, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. In the circle of light, I saw many faces. Human, animal, some skeletal, and others with flesh still hanging. All melted into one terrible creature with dozens of limbs. It had arms and legs it didn't even need, sticking out of its body, its neck, its back. It shrieked as the light hit its many, many milky white eyes, stunning it for only a split second before it began to tumble over its own body parts to get to me faster. I don't know how this thing moved. I don't know how those limbs could lift the weight of the blob of mutated flesh it called a body. But it was racing towards me at a shocking speed. I could feel the ground quake. I could hear the beast knocking into the walls as if struggling to fit through the passageways, but still forcing its way through. My phone was almost dead now. I knew that I only had moments left with the light that was keeping me alive. But with no path of escape to give me comfort, how long could I run? How long before the roots would claim me and I became another pile of bones trapped in the frozen soil? The only force of nature on my side that night was the rumble in the earth itself. Another quake passed through, shaking the ground above and below with fearsome strength. The beast and I both stumbled, unable to keep our footing of dirt and stone as it crumbled around us both. I had to think then, would I rather be torn apart or buried alive? Either way, those caverns would soon become my final, unmarked grave. A glimmer of moonlight from above struck my eye with such an unexpected glory that I thought it was the next life coming to claim me. But as the soil above began to fall and crumble in mounds all around me, I realized that I had a chance. The forest was sinking, trees sliding into the ground in waves of dirt and snow. The beast behind me screamed and bellowed as it became blocked by a barricade of debris. I watched its many arms fighting to dig through the dirt, desperate to reach me at any cost. The roots, those twisting, gnarled roots, reached all the way up to the forest floor. I dropped my phone, leaving the precious light behind, freeing both hands so I could climb my way out of this stinking hell. The quakes rocked me in one direction, and then the next, all while vines wrapped around my limbs, my ankles, my neck. They were trying to drag me back down. The beast behind me shrieked loudly into the night air, pushing its way through, one limb at a time. I had only seconds to get to the open air before I would be lost to the forest forever. Adrenaline, fear, and panic lent me enough strength to tear my way through the vines and roots until I could feel that cold snow against my hands. Painfully, I dragged my aching body up onto the ground until my knees hit the forest floor, where withered plants continued to crawl their way up my legs and squeeze the life from me. I tore at them furiously, ripping them to pieces and tossing them like dead twigs into the trees. The ground still moved beneath me. But it wasn't the earthquakes anymore. That beast was trying to claw its way out. Too big to climb, but big enough to collapse the soil around it. I picked a direction, and I ran, feet flying as fast as they would possibly take me. I didn't know where I was going, only that I was not satisfied until the world around me was silent and empty. Every day, I regret looking at that creature. I regret walking down those tunnels, attracting its bloodthirsty attention. When I close my eyes, I can still see it, shrieking, lumbering through piles of bones and roots. I sometimes wonder, is it still out there? Still searching? Still waiting for me to fall one last time? When I broke the tree line, I didn't know where I was. I stood at a long stretch of road, winding around the mountainside. In the distance, I saw the tiny shimmering lights of Pinehaven. And even further up, the green, piney peaks. I saw a heavy bank of fog beginning to roll through the forest, covering everything it touched in a blanket of grey. There was a siren. It was distant and soft, ringing out into the night air with an eerie echo. From far away, I watched the little lights of the town begin to disappear, one by one, as the fog bank overtook it, swallowing it whole. I don't know how long it took to make my way back home. I walked through the night, following the twisting road until I could see Luke's old red barn. There was not a single soul on the road. No travelers, no neighbors, no trucks. It was just me, the mountain, and the ill wind. Luke has not turned up yet. His excavator is still stuck in the ground on my property, half buried in the soil. There's a layer of that dark, tacky fluid all over it. His truck is gone. His home is empty. Doors left unlocked, and animals still where he left them. I've been tending to the farm while he's away, but, well, there's no telling when the old man will be back. I'm leaving as soon as I can, moving on to something new. To tell you the truth, I can't look at the pines anymore without feeling sick to my stomach. When my eyes catch the view of that tree line, all I can think about are the tortured faces of the dead and the shambling limbs of an incomprehensible beast. I wonder if it was all part of my imagination or some kind of terrible dream. But then, that ill wind blows again. I think back on what my old man said about the wind and misfortune. Bad things are coming. It's right around the corner, waiting between the trees, perched on the mountaintops, watching over us from within the fog. I don't know what it is. I don't think I'll ever understand. But what I do know is I won't be here waiting around when it shows up. But maybe, before I leave, I should fill in these holes first. I don't like the way they seem to get a little deeper every day. the snow. How delicate and unique each flake of the cold, white substance can be. The children will dash through it, flinging it left and right among each other. They will lay down and stretch their arms and legs in all directions, attempting to create a beautiful angel for all to see. Then, of course, there are others who build snowmen, their laughter filling the frosty air as they partake in a multitude of holiday activities. How I envied those who enjoyed the Christmas spirit. I had never actually seen such festivities occur. Rather, I would hear about them through tales my father would tell of the good boys and girls who truly valued what it meant to celebrate Christmas. This story will be a recounting of an experience I had as a young boy. After finding myself away from my childhood home and actually close to civilization, I began taking the time to recollect a few memories from my past. Between strange occurrences that I could not explain back then, and one freakish moment that I experienced at that point in time, I suppose this will act as a warning to you. I truly want to help you, and this is perhaps the best way I can spread the word around about what I've discovered about the holidays, without him finding out. I've got to be discreet about this. Although I have traveled as far away from my old home as I can, I know for a fact that he's still out there, and that he can find me. I don't want to risk it. So maybe if a few people who see this help me spread it around, I won't have to worry about the consequences of my actions. It is the best I can hope for, I suppose. Even still, I have to live the life of a nomad, never once being able to stop and catch my breath. Doing so would be too dangerous. So, it's imperative I get this out soon. Now, since I'm done with my introduction, I suppose it's time to release something that I've been holding back on for quite some time now. I can only hope that I make any sort of difference by doing this. My childhood was a strange one. When December would come, I found myself locked inside my house. My father and I didn't adorn the halls with stockings or decorations, nor did we erect a Christmas tree in our living room. The fireplace was constantly extinguished, robbing me of the comfort I desired. Each night, I would curl up in bed, trembling as the cold air ran across my body, and I stared up at the ceiling, my mind completely blank. Yes, it was just as bad as it sounds. No, I didn't mind how rough things could get. There always seemed to be an innocent part of me that didn't mind the way I lived my life, no matter how barren the house could be during all times of the year. Don't get me wrong, my father was very good to me. I can't recall a day that he didn't show me his big, wide smile and treat me as best he could. He took care of me, fed me well, and was a good parent overall. He was a rather portly fellow, but a kind man nonetheless. The only issue is that, well, he wasn't a big fan of the holidays. It made for a very bleak life around the wintertime especially. It confused me as to why he would tell me about how the other children had such a great time. I often thought he did it to make a bit of fun, or perhaps he was just pulling my leg. I had never seen the things he described to me after all. So, it would make sense that maybe they were just stories. I rarely found it strange that we didn't live remotely near anybody else. Our small, wooden hut was located high in the mountains, where the slopes would be treacherous for anyone ascending or descending the terrain. Perhaps, even if I wanted to see the outside world, I wouldn't have even been able to. It would have been impossible for me to climb up or down the rugged area, let alone at such a young age. Because of the sheer height of the mountains where we lived, the air was thin and the winds blew fiercely. And the most I ever saw of the outside world was through the window. My father said that we didn't always live there. He said that we had a home somewhere down below where the other people lived. But we were in his vacation home, as he put it. I hadn't lived in any other house before then, so needless to say it was a rather odd vacation, to say the least. While my father stayed inside with me, we would play board games and create drawings together. Those, and various other indoor activities, would teach me about the outside world and what it was like. However, my favorite memories of my father were the stories that he would tell me. As mentioned prior, he would tell me of his experiences with that which dwelled under the mountain and across the world. His various interactions with such people piqued my curiosity, and upon my request to learn more, he would bring me books and magazines. Those sources were my first true contact with society. I would spend hours at a time reading. It kept me busy, and despite the lack of holiday cheer in my life, I was content. As each December came, my father would start spending less time with me and more time in his private office. I only ever saw him carrying a large list of what appeared to be names on a sheet, and then he would vanish for lengthy periods of time. I always wondered what he did up there, but he never took the time to explain. He always brushed off my questions, or dismissed them with a simple, "You'll understand when you're older, kiddo." I never found myself content with those answers, and in a time where I wanted to learn, that lack of knowing the truth bothered me a lot. For years, I felt as if my thirst for knowledge would remain unquenched, for the simple reason that I hadn't a clue what my father did. After mischievously trying to sneak into his office one night while he slept, I found that the door was locked, and I never found that key. With my determination fleeting, I decided to just mind my own business, to let it be. Several years of this same pattern would come and go, and I was quite fine with it at first. However, I was not fine with the repetitive and, quite frankly, monotonous routine. I had read all my books, perfected all my art, and it got to a point where my father would be retelling the same old stories. I grew tired of these tedious rituals, and thus my curiosity sparked once more. It had been years since I learned about the existence of my father's office. I thought that perhaps I was old enough to handle what was inside. You could imagine my dismay upon being denied my request to enter the room. I must have asked that man several times a month, Still, with his everlasting patience, he would respond with a simple no each time. With all of this information out of the way, I think it's time I introduce you to something my father would do that would eventually cause my curiosity to spill over. You see, every night on December 24th, he would open the front door, a large brown bag slung over his shoulder. He would wave goodbye to me with a jolly grin on his face. He would release a cheerful laugh before closing the door and locking it behind him, making his merry way down the mountain with inhuman speed and skill, before disappearing into the night. The following day, he would come back exhausted. After taking his bag into his office, he would then sleep for most of the day. I may have been an ignorant child, but I wasn't stupid. All the books I had read, all the stories I had heard, they connected like puzzle pieces together within my young brain. The lists, the 24th of December, the brown sack. I smiled ear to ear as a realization came to my mind. I knew then, more than ever, that I had to find out what was in his office. So I formulated a devious plan within my mind, and I decided that it was worth a shot. After a few hours of waiting, I saw the sun begin to rise over the horizon. The snow had ceased on the mountain, and the morning was a calm one indeed. I struggled to keep my eyes open. I had waited all night for my father to return, and I didn't want to quit. Not then, when I was so close. After much waiting, I felt my body begin to relax. I fought with all my strength to keep my eyes open, and right before I drifted into a sound sleep, I heard the front door open. I perked my head up, and I fixated my eyes on the shape of my father stepping through the doorway. He looked surprised to see me up so early, but he flashed that same warm smile that he always did, and he rubbed my head gently. As expected, he ascended the stairs and opened his office door. He told me to wait outside and to not look in, and I obliged. As he exited the room and closed the door, I stopped him before he could lock it with his key. I quickly grabbed his arm and I pulled him downstairs. He tugged back towards the door in protest, but I was persistent, and he eventually sighed and followed me willingly. I led him into the kitchen where a fresh bowl of cereal awaited him. He smiled and thanked me before digging in, frantically eating the oats and drinking his milk. He eyed me as he ate, and I caught him looking at the stairwell, which led up to his office. After he finished his cereal, he wiped his mouth with his sleeves and got up. I could see the bags under his eyes and the dead expression on his face. With a single yawn, he went to his room and fell asleep in bed. My plan had succeeded. Steadily, I made my way up the stairs, and I found myself in front of the office. Sweat pooled in my palms as I gripped the doorknob before me. Years of waiting and curiosity would be satisfied, and the mystery would finally be solved. I snickered softly. Finally, a little action. A vacation from the curiosity which had plagued me for so long. I trembled in excitement, and I pushed the door open and entered.
A single desk stood in the middle of the room, and that brown bag sat on top of it. I slowly approached the desk, placing my hands on the bag. With one swift motion, I opened it up and I poked my head inside. To my surprise, its contents were not exactly what I expected. What I saw in the bag left me scratching my head in confusion. Instead of what I thought would be in there, I found what seemed to be random objects at the time. I was disappointed with my findings. I carefully made sure to exit the door and close it behind me, certain that I had covered my tracks well. I never spoke a word of that experience to my father, for fear of getting in trouble. I found myself chuckling a few times at how underwhelmed I was. I was expecting something far greater, only to find some strange assortment of items inside the bag. Perhaps I laughed to distract myself from the truth of what I saw, but I convinced myself that my dad was nobody special all along. And although it was still a mystery to me what he did those nights, I never thought more of it. It wasn't until I got much older and I finally moved out of that house that I began thinking about what I found that day and what it truly meant. My father never hurt me, but I fear what may become of me by releasing this information. Perhaps he is still out there, doing what he does best. I only hope that this information being released can help someone out there, and maybe it can help me organize my thoughts, help me get some sleep at night. Believe me, I haven't gotten enough rest since I discovered what was really going on. The part of the Christmas holiday that they don't tell you. Maybe I fear that I will become like him someday. That it is my predetermined fate to do as he did. I'm not sure. All I know is this. He is my father. He is the reason that I fear for my safety by writing this. I will never forget what I found in that brown bag of his, for it all becomes clear to me now. I saw chains, coal, birch branches, rope, and branding irons. Each one had been used the previous night, and several child-sized shoes were also contained within the sack. All of them charred beyond repair. Perpetual darkness lingered at the top of the world. Thick ice, frigid air, and snow covered the lifeless mountainscape. However, the endless night did not go unchallenged. A single source of light illuminated the sky and drove back the darkness. Nestled between two snow-covered mountains, a little cottage sat with puffy, billowing smoke rising from its chimney. Ignoring the fact that the nearest civilization was thousands of miles away, to the casual eye, the house was simply a warm and welcoming home. Still, one might ask themselves, what an odd thing to find in such a bleak place. How could such a thing come to be? Like most things found in the North Pole, not everything is as it appears. The land was unforgiving and cruel. It could take your life within minutes. Only a select number of creatures were given permission to live in this harsh and relentless wilderness. All others who entered this domain did it of their own accord, such as the residents of this tiny little home. However, these individuals were like no other, and with a little bit of magic at their disposal, they lived happy and joyful lives. At first glance, it would appear it was nothing more than a simple, ordinary home inhabited by an elderly couple who loved each other dearly. If this were your conclusion, you would be mistaken. In reality, a magical secret existed below. For the small house was much more than meets the eye. The little house was not just a home, but the tip of a mystical workshop hidden beneath the ice. For centuries, children around the world found joy from the efforts of the hidden workshop. All year round, tiny magical hands toiled and labored to create toys and playthings for all the good children of the world. Elves, the last of the magical creatures from old, dwelt within its walls and used their mystical nature to create wondrous and joyful things for Christmas morning. 3 days after the winter solstice, the old man would put on his heavy coat and boots, take to the air, and deliver his Christmas joy to every last child. Like everything in the cosmos, there must be a balance. For every night, there must be a day. Every beginning, an end. And with every kind child, there was to be a naughty little boy or girl to be found. Far below the bright lights, singing and happy elves creating and building new and fantastic toys, there was another workshop. There, the warmth of the hearthstones could not reach. While the purpose of the upper workshop was to bring happiness, the other was dark, sterile. It, too, had a purpose. It was here where the masses of cheap and easily broken toys were made. There was no love put into these objects. Never would a child's eyes brighten with wonder and awe upon seeing these gifts on Christmas morning. In his wisdom, the old man knew that even a naughty child should not be forgotten during this time of goodwill. However, the old man was no fool and had no desire to waste his resources on such unsatisfying tasks. This responsibility was handed to the banished and exiled elves that inhabited the deepest bowels below the workshop. Those with selfish hearts, greedy desires. Stripped of their immortality, they wasted away in the dark, with only the trinkets and flimsy materials to pass the time. Erga Ita sat in the poorly lit corner of a tattered workbench. His focus was entirely devoted to the old and worn piece of brass in his hands. Other clangs of his hammer hitting metal rang out and echoed through the dark halls and passageways. He pounded the brass sheet relentlessly until the metal slowly began to surrender its shape and bend to Erga's design. Suddenly, the hammer flew out of the mad elf's grasp. He examined his limp hand, trying to will it back into his control. Fury filled his heart as he watched the necrotic flesh slough off his bony hand. He didn't have much time. His other hand was weak, but still capable of grasp. He reached into his toolbox and removed a long, warped nail and stabbed it into the back of his paralyzed hand. He pushed on the nail head until its tip broke through the skin and emerged through his palm. Immediately, the pain surged and shot up his arm. The thick and rigid tendons loosened within his hand, giving him temporary use of his digits once more. The elf picked up his hammer and resumed molding the shape of the brass plate. With each impact upon the brass, he poured his rage into his creation. How ironic that the product of his tireless work was meant for the ones he hated the most. His deteriorating body was fading fast. He possessed just enough magic to fuel the curse he would cast upon the object. When finished, his gift would be placed with the other junk toys and cheap trinkets. It would make its way to them and find a child on Christmas morning. The curse will take hold and slowly begin tearing apart their lives. It will channel their essence back to him and reignite his immortality. The object would pass from one child, then to another, century after century. He had just enough magic left to evoke his curse. Erga had once lived and worked above. Like any other elf before him, he loved nothing more than to create beautiful and wondrous toys and gizmos. However, in his heart, he wished that he could keep some of his creations for himself. One day, his eyes fell upon a beautiful music box that his friend Delahela had created. The music box was extraordinary, meant as a gift to the king's firstborn. It was magnificent. Crafted from oak wood, it bore an elaborate gold design on each of its sides. When opened, a figurine of 3 children danced hand in hand to a beautiful lullaby going around a magnificent Christmas tree. Erga Edda had never desired anything more in his entire life. It filled his heart with jealousy. He became resentful that this precious and rare treasure would go to an undeserving human infant. The little girl did not deserve it. It should go to him, he thought. So, under the cover of darkness, Erga slipped into the work area and he took the music box. Unable to sleep and anxious to put the finishing touches on his prized creation, Delahela decided to return to the workshop. To his surprise and shock, he caught the elf attempting to steal the special music box. Delahela was enraged, for greed and thievery amongst elves were extremely offensive and not tolerated. Erga begged his friend not to report his transgression, but Delahela was unmoved by the pleas and turned to tell the others of Erga's crime. Desperate, Erga did the only thing left for him to do. He grabbed a hammer and brought it down on his friend's head over and over again until no more life remained in the broken body. Despite his meticulous efforts to conceal his crime, he could not escape the sight and wisdom of the old man. Humiliated and dishonored, the elf was banished from the workshop, and his precious music box was taken from him and given to the little princess. Stripped of his immortality, Erga Edda was cast into the cold and dark corridors of the other workshop to spend his remaining days, never to create a beautiful thing again. As the seasons passed, his hatred for all children grew and ate away at his sanity. He gritted his teeth, knowing that the children of man were given everything, and he had nothing. Hunched over his work, Erga feverishly worked to complete his masterpiece. He stared down at the anvil and hammered down on the brass. Each strike brought the faces of a child into his mind. It lives in warmth. The blunt hammer formed the metal into a hollow cylinder. It stuffs its face with sweets and treats. Stumpy legs were welded into place. It gets everything it asks from Mummy and Daddy. A malformed head and crooked ears took shape. It gets everything its little heart desires. The brass surface was scrubbed of debris and grime. It gets everything it wants. Small, turquoise stones were affixed to the brass body. I hate it. One glimmering red ruby stone was bound to the left side of the figurine's head. I hate it. Finally, a second red ruby was embedded into the surface of the face's other side. I hate them all. In the glow of the fire, Erga held up the brass figurine. It was a disturbing representation of a rabbit. Its body was a lattice of crisscrossed brass strips, bejeweled with a pale blue turquoise stone at each intersection. Its head was malformed and gave the impression of a dead thing instead of a pleasant rabbit full of life. He placed the atrocious-looking thing upon an open silver locket that contained a mirror on each side of the hinged inner sides. With the rabbit figurine facing one of the mirrors, he carefully opened a vial that held a clear liquid. It was lymph. The lymph from an elf was the source of magic that flowed through their bodies, like that of blood from the second set of unique arteries found within its own circulatory system, and pumped by a very special heart. Only a few tiny drops fell out of the vial. It splashed onto the figurine and mirrored Locket, illuminating them with a golden glow. Erga closed his eyes and spoke the words of Wormwood in his elven tongue. The clear liquid turned black and stained the surface of both the rabbit statuette and the silver locket. The glow turned a deep purple, then slowly faded. Pleased with the outcome, he gently placed a cloth over the object, without making eye contact, to obscure it from sight, and ever so carefully placed it into a small box decorated with holiday cheer. Finished with his work, Erga turned to leave, pushing past the corpses of several elves hanging upside down from the support beams of the other workshop. Their lifeless bodies drained completely of every last drop of magical lymph from slit throats. Erga's calculation had been correct. He had just enough magic to fuel the curse placed on the object. The mad elf smiled and began to laugh. For the first time in a very long time, Erica Edgar's heart filled with anticipation of the approach of Christmas morning. The little girl sat in a large pile of torn wrapping paper from the many gifts that she had found under the Christmas tree. On the morning of December 22nd, Gabby awoke earlier than everyone else. She went downstairs and glared at the many presents that continuously tempted her. It was as if they teased and mocked her every time she looked at the colorful and beautiful wrapping paper. She would receive such a terrible scolding from her parents, but she could not wait any longer. At first, it would only be one gift she opened. Then it became two, then another, and another. Before she knew it, all of her presents had been opened. Despite getting everything she asked for, the desire for more still was not satisfied. When Gabby stood, a small gift next to the base of the Christmas tree caught her eye. She could have sworn it had not been there before. The wrapping paper was worn and yellowed with age. Written in big words was a tag that said, "To Gabriella." It was like no other, and she surely would have seen it before now. Puzzled, she removed the wrapping paper and found a box that contained a smaller sealed box and scroll. She opened the scroll and read, "Congratulations, lucky one. You are the proud owner of Pepe, the rabbit. Pepe loves you and will be your best friend in the whole world. Pepe is a friend like no other, and he will give you everything your heart desires. To be Pepe's friend, you must listen to him and never disobey the following instructions. 1. Place Pepe on his locket, facing the mirror. 2. Never look Pepe in the eyes. He is ever so bashful and only likes to see you through his mirror. 3. You may ask anything of Pepe 3 times. In 3 days' time, he will grant any and all you asked of him. 4. Never look Pepe in the eyes. It bears repeating. He does not like it and will be upset if you disobey this rule. Remember, lucky little boy or girl, Pepe loves you. He loves you more than anyone else in the whole wide world. Pepe will make sure that no one will ever hurt you again. And if you love Pepe, you will listen to him and do whatever he asks of you. Pepe loves you, and no one can ever come between you and him. Pepe loves you. When I was young, my family would always gather together at the ancestral manor home for Christmas. My family is and has always been a part of the upper crust of society, as a few of my more let's say, spoiled aunt would like to say. Where was I? Oh, Christmas. We would gather together and spend the last 2 weeks of the year together, celebrating Christmas and New Year's, before we would again go our separate ways, and I would not see a majority of them again until Thanksgiving, unless some great emergency pulled us all together. The last one of those was the death of my great-grandmother. The tradition was older than I was, and I always looked forward to Christmas when I was a child. The manor was always so breathtakingly beautiful at Christmas time, decorated from one end to the other. The smell of cookies and cakes seemed to always waft throughout the house. The clinking of dishes and boisterous laughter from the kitchen while Christmas dinner was being cooked. The snow sparkled inches and feet deep in spots, just begging to be played in. Woods to explore, play in. My cousins and I would often slide down the manor's long hallways in our socks, falling, slipping, and laughing all the way. That usually ended up with one of us either crashing into something or getting hurt, or breaking something and getting scolded by an adult for at least 15 minutes. I think the worst that ever happened was one of us broke an arm and he had to go to the hospital, and he spent Christmas in a cast. Those memories were so precious, and while I treasure them deeply, I can't say I miss the manor. Not now. Now that I know the truth. The tale I am about to recount may sound like pure fiction to anyone who hears or reads this, but believe me on nothing else but this. It is the truth. Keep yourself in your cocoon of false safety if it pleases you. Keep your ignorance. But this is the truth. 2 decades of growths, the pains of puberty, and a king's ransom spent on therapy, hypnosis, shamans, and every spiritual remedy on the planet. And not one of them has brought me any semblance of peace. My tale begins on a snowy December eve, 4 days from that most magical of nights. That year, my best friend Caroline and her mother had come along with my family for Christmas. The day had been filled with joy and laughter. We had played in the hills of snow all day and long into the evening. We, meaning Caroline and I, along with my horde of cousins and some kid we found in the street, my brother, played in the woods bordering the back end of the property. We played games in the woods, not minding the danger of being in the forest so near to dusk. We played there until my great-grandfather, who'd been born in Germany and only came to the States when he was 4. He was pushing 91, but he was still, to quote my grandmother, spry as a banny roster. He called us away from the woods, telling us that it was getting too late and the woods were too thick. It was getting far too dark to explore them today. Hearing our groans of disappointment and the general sounds of a group of young, curious children being denied an adventure, great-grandfather simply smiled and, with the patience of a saint, reminded us that we would be there for 2 solid weeks. We would have plenty of time to go exploring when there was more light. He shooed us back onto the snow where we continued to play under his watchful eyes. We were called into the house late into the evening. The sun was finishing its descent below the skyline. The adults rushed all the children into separate bathrooms in the expansive manor home. When we were washed, warmed up in a new pair of Christmas PJs, another tradition, we were fed a dinner of chicken soup from scratch to chase away any remaining chills. Once we finished eating, we were quickly herded into the large living area where hot chocolate waited and platefuls of Christmas cookies. We settled in for a round of Christmas movies. It was the adults' way of trying to get the kids to calm down and unwind before bed. I hardly paid attention to the movie. My attention was on Caroline. She was more reserved than usual. So I waited until everyone else was absorbed in the movie to ask her what was wrong. I suspected it had to do with the fact that her parents were getting a divorce. Caroline told me about it at school, her face wet with tears, crying about how it wasn't fair. I knew that them telling her about it so close to Christmas didn't help. When I suggested that she writes a letter to Santa to ask him if he'd make her parents happy again, she said 4 words that I'll never forget. And the 4 words, in hindsight, they changed everything. Santa Claus isn't real. After she made that statement, I called my best friend in the entire world a liar. She shrugged and said that her dad had told her after she'd handed her mother a letter to Santa. He'd said, "Don't be a stupid girl. There's no Santa Claus. It's about time I told you the truth. You're too old to believe in all that childish nonsense." She told me about how our parents buy gifts all year round and hide them. Then on Christmas morning, they'll give them to us and claim Santa bought them. I told her that she was wrong and that her dad was probably highly intoxicated when he had said that, and he hadn't meant it. Caroline's dad had always drunk more than he probably should, but in those last few years, he'd really ramped it up. He'd come home to his loving wife and daughter completely trashed. Caroline shook her head no, shoulders slumping even more, making her look smaller than she was. Our rather one-sided conversation dissipated from there and grew into a heated shouting match. The adults pulled us apart when Caroline lunged for me. They separated us to keep further blows from being traded. Caroline screamed at me that I wasn't her friend anymore, that real friends trusted each other. She screamed out, her voice becoming shriller and more uncontrolled with each syllable she spat. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate your stupid perfect family. But most of all, I hate Christmas." I gasped, hurt. Caroline knew how much Christmas meant to me. It was the only time of year, besides Thanksgiving, that I got to see my whole family. And she knew that this year was hard on me. She knew that I was going to be missing my great-grandma, my Nana. But this was the first Christmas without her here. I remembered laying in my uncle's arms in tears. He deposited me into my great-grandfather's lap. Papa let me bury my head into his cashmere sweater. He rubbed my back as he murmured words of comfort in German. My mother had discovered that I was more comforted by German when I was just a baby. Papa could settle me by just talking to me whenever I was stressed or hurt, panicking, and I was quickly handed off to Papa, and he was in charge of soothing me before my anxiety swallowed me. Papa's voice was just as strong as it always had been, and it quickly relaxed me. But there was a hint, an edge to his voice that was highly unusual. I remember looking up into his aged face. Concern was etched across where his almost permanent smile should have been. I swear I saw a flash of terror in those weathered, cerulean eyes. A family trait. Everyone in the family had blue eyes. Shades and tones changed, but always blue. "What's wrong, great-grandfather?" I asked, using my still developing German. But whatever I saw fled as quickly as I'd seen it. He patted my head, smiling brightly. He replied to me in German. "You are improving quickly. Nothing is wrong, child." Great-grandfather looked over to where Caroline's mother was comforting her, and his eyes went very distant. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper, coming from a place far, far away. Nothing at all. That night, Caroline and I stayed in the same room, as my very extensive family and the 2 guests filled all the rest. We slept in separate queen beds. Usually, when we had sleepovers in the past, we would chatter quietly as we laid in bed waiting to fall asleep. However, wanting to avoid any awkwardness, I placed my headphones over my ears. Soft classical music played while I read my book, studiously ignoring Caroline. I usually read until it was time for bed, and right on cue, I pulled my headphones off, marked my place in my book, and I flipped the light off. Caroline flipped over in bed, where her back was facing me, without even a good night. I just rolled my eyes and flipped over to face the window, staring out into the pitch black. Soon after Caroline and I had our spat, the wind picked up considerably, and a massive blizzard began to rage outside the manor. My cousins were excited about the new snowfall and the prospect of exploring the woods tomorrow. The manor's old walls creaked and groaned against the onslaught of wind and snow. The sound may have scared anyone else, but not me. The walls and roof of the old manor had held for long before my birth, and somehow I knew they weren't ready to give up the ghost just yet. Feeling secure, safe, and warm, I drifted off to sleep. I don't remember why I woke, or what woke me, but I blearily opened my eyes, and I saw complete black. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, clearing them of sleep. I looked to my left, out of the window, seeing if the blizzard had subsided yet. Nope. It wasn't just dark outside. It was as if I were looking straight into the depths of oblivion itself. I looked around the room. The only source of light were 2 strands of fairy lights draped around our bed's headboards. My eyes soon adjusted to the lack of light. Looking to my right, I saw Caroline was still asleep. So, she had not woken me. And storms don't bother me anymore. I quickly noticed something else. It was bitterly cold in the room. No, not just cold. It was bone-shattering cold. So cold that I could see my breath in front of my face. I shivered, and I pulled my blankets tighter around me. Why was it so cold? Had the heater gone off? I burrowed further under the covers, searching for warmth. I curled in on myself, wrapped myself in a cocoon, and did anything to try and get warm. Finally, I found some relief, and I began to fall back asleep. I heard the wind increase in severity, and I shivered. A sound caught my attention. It was quiet. Just above the wind, barely decipherable, almost lost in the roar of the wind. It was a quiet sound of bells. It sounded like hundreds of bells, all tinkling together in harmony. In my half-awake state, I briefly thought of Santa. But Santa was not the one coming this year. I sat up in bed again. I was shivering. I couldn't sleep. It was too cold. I wrapped myself in my blankets and I hopped out of bed. The floor felt like a block of frigid ice. I shivered again, and I made my way to the door to go to my parents' room. I wanted to get warm. I gripped the doorknob, which was so cold it almost burned. Just before I opened the door, I heard a sound up on the roof. I turned my gaze to the ceiling, and I raised an eyebrow. What was that? Did a tree limb fall on the roof? There it was again. It sounded like footsteps. Somebody was on the roof. My breathing grew heavier and quickened. My heart beat against my ribs, and blood rushed to my ears. Danger, my mind whispered. Every survival instinct inside of me screamed all at once. Run. Run. Escape. Now, more than ever, I wanted to be with my parents. I was 11 years old, and I was terrified. Despite all of that, though, escaping to my parents' room wasn't just for the safety of Mum and Dad. That's where Dad kept his guns. One thing kept me bolting from the room. I heard them again. The bells. Only they were louder this time, as if they were coming from inside the room. I turned around, meaning to go wake Caroline and see if she could hear these things too. Only I froze when I turned. My whole body locked up. I was so still, I don't even think I breathed. And for once in my life, my mind stopped working. All the human instincts I had screamed at me about how wrong this was. About how wrong everything I was seeing was. I'd always been a bright child. Put into advanced classes, moved up grades, music lessons, reading books that should have been far beyond my comprehension. I was more rational and more reasonable and more sensible than any other child my age. I often think about how it must have amused my parents to no end that even at 11 years of age, the age when many children began to question things such as Santa Claus, and as bright as I was, I still had such a steadfast belief in Santa. Now though, all of the science and facts in the world couldn't help me. all the reason and rational thought, all of it vanished as I stared unblinking at what was in front of me. It was what I can only describe as a monster. It was enormous. I could tell, even though it was hunched. I could tell that it neared and more than likely surpassed 7 feet in height. The twisted, spiraled ram-like horns it wore gave it an extra foot to 1.5 feet. So it was likely closer to 8.5 feet. The fur that covered the entirety of its body was black as a moonless night. It was coarse, thick fur, like a boar. It stretched across its hulking, massive frame. It stood on 2 strong legs that ended in cloven hooves that were deadly shaped points at the ends. A filthy, ragged cloak covered its broad shoulders. Underneath it, a long, heavy tail dragged along the floor. A hood hid its head, but I could see its profile. I could see an elongated muzzle, like a dog. It stretched into a sick smile. A smile that promised bloodshed and sickly evil deeds done over an eternity. While it smiled, I could see every single one of its razor-sharp teeth that led to 2 impossibly long, impossibly sharp canines. Those teeth were made to rip and tear and shred. They were so long, I don't think that it could close its mouth entirely. A long, slimy forked tongue slithered and hung out of its mouth. Spittle ran down in globs and dripped down onto a dingy, tangled beard. Its eyes were yellow, and the iris red, and the color and shade of blood. Wrapped around its body and clasped at its wrists were thick chains. Every ragged breath the monster took caused them to tinkle like bells. Oh God, the bells. The ones I'd heard earlier. They were not Santa. They were a warning. They were a warning that this thing was coming. The sound was melodic, beautiful, contradicting to what it heralded. Much like a battle horn, they were the herald of death. The realization slapped me hard, along with the epiphany that I could die. So many thoughts raced through my mind at warp speed. I would never get to apologize to Brittany for accidentally implying that she was fat. I'd never get to see my dogs again. I'd miss Christmas with my family. My family. The thought of my family caused panic that had been bubbling in my gut to spread to my chest, where it pressed against my lungs, making it nearly impossible to breathe. I was on the verge of a meltdown. My family. If this thing got out and it went after my family, what would it do? Why was it here? What did it want? My attention was drawn back to the beast when it shifted. Chains tinkling like Christmas bells. Terror shut my mind and body down once more as the creature's hands were now visible, and I could see what it was doing. It loomed over Caroline's bed, holding her neck in a vice grip. The skin of its hands resembled the skin of a buzzard's head after it had been exposed to too much rotting flesh. Bare, black skin sagged and wrinkled. Its twisted, gnarled fingers ended in sharp, serrated nails. My knees gave out, and I fell to the floor, causing a soft thud. It turned in my direction and cocked its head to the side, like a dog studying a curiosity. Whimpering, I scooted back till my back hit the door, trying to put some distance between myself and the thing. It slowly made its way towards me, studying me. I pressed myself harder against the door, hoping that if I pressed myself hard enough, I would just fuse with the wood. I saw my friend's face, screwed into a silent scream of terror. Her eyes were bugged out, and her skin was ashen grey. As the beast drew closer, the temperature in the room plummeted. I felt myself getting frostbite, my teeth chattering uncontrollably. I screwed my eyes closed, and I prayed to any god that would listen. Please, please let it be a dream. Please go away, please. I covered my eyes with my hands and curled up in the fetal position as the beast came closer. I heard it growl. I peeked through my fingers, and it held out Caroline to me, as if offering me her corpse. It held her in one hand. With the other, it drove a massive meat hook into her body. It took the chain and wrapped it around her once, twice, 3 times, before it used it to strap her lifeless body to its back. Like she was just some human accessory. A sick version of a backpack. It leaned down and heaved a heavy breath of disgusting hot air in my face. It smelled like a rancid mix of rotting meat, feces and vomit. It gave a wave with its hand, still smiling that sick, grotesque smile. With an amazing burst of agility, it hauled itself up onto the thin windowsill, where it balanced for a quick moment before bounding out into the darkness. When it was gone, my body began to unlock, beginning with my mind. Why? Why did it not kill me too? Why did it leave me alive? I came to a hard realization. It wanted me alive. It came here specifically for Caroline. It wanted her for some reason. Caroline. Oh God. My mind began to try and process what had happened in what turned out to be 15 minutes. But to me, it felt like hours. The cold was retreating, leaving the room feeling warmer, and my limbs began to come back to life. With the retreat of the cold came the breaking of my mind. Processing all that had just happened proved to be too much for my small young mind to handle. So, my mind simply fractured, and I began to scream. My family burst into the room. My mother picked me up off the floor and held me close as I continued to scream. She began asking why I was so cold and trying her best to comfort me. My father held both of us. He tried as well to comfort me, but failed to do so. I just kept on screaming. My family demanded to know what was wrong. Caroline's mother screaming demands to know where her daughter was. I pointed to the open window, still screaming. The first rays of dawn illuminated the sky, creating a masterpiece as colors danced across the horizon. In the lighting, you could see on the windowsill 2 perfect hoof prints sat in the snow, gathered on the sill. My great-grandfather ran over to the window and began to yell out curses in German. He slammed the window closed and he turned to face his family. He marched across the room and he took me from my parents. He began to quiet me. Slowly, I fell into a catatonic state. My family gathered around him, demanding to know just what had happened. He looked around the room. His gaze touched each one of his descendants, and he said only one word: Krampus. At the mere sound of its name, I began to scream again. There was an investigation and a manhunt. Search parties scoured the property for days, trying to find a trace of Caroline. They eventually found her body. She'd been left by a sewer grate, discarded like a piece of waste. She was miles from the manor. This I only learned years later, but she was missing her eyes. No arrests were ever made. Not surprising. I was questioned by several officers, detectives, child psychologists, and everything in between. I never said a word. In fact, I didn't even talk for almost 3 years after the incident. Even after I began to talk again, I never spoke about that night. And not to anyone, save for my therapist. Now, I'm married, with a son and daughter of my own. My family still comes together on the holidays, only never at that manor again. After Caroline's murder, we sold the place, and it was left to rot. I'm writing this story out as a warning. If you hear the bells, it's already too late. I think Krampus has stayed close to me. Every so often, I will hear the bells. Sometimes, they're barely discernible. Others, they're deafening. Just a little reminder that he's always there, always watching. He is sporadic with his visits. It's like he's blown in by the wild winter winds. I've never heard the bells on Christmas again, though. But I am worried. This year is an important year. My son is 11 this year. The very age I was when I met Krampus. I'm worried that this year, my son's friend Gavin will be joining us for Christmas, along with his father, who is my partner's best friend. Gavin is much like Caroline. His parents are divorcing. His mother is a severe alcoholic, and his outlook on Christmas is very pessimistic. I tried to refuse, but my partner went ahead and invited them without consulting me. By the time I was told, it was too late. So, here in my office I sit, on the week before Christmas, here, in the dark, worrying, while my family sleeps, safely tucked away for the night. I can vaguely hear the blizzard raging outside. It's gaining strength every hour. The wind roars, blowing the snow against the house. Here I sit, in my office, a shotgun loaded and sitting in my lap, as I stare up at the ceiling. I am listening intently, dreading to hear anything other than the wind. The grandfather clock chimes midnight. The electricity goes off. And there they are, barely discernible above the wind. The faintest sound of bells.
Hark how the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say, throw cares away, Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold.
My life was so perfect yesterday. My wife and I were getting ready to celebrate our first Christmas as husband and wife in our first home that we purchased just this fall. My wife had decorated the tree, and I had put Christmas lights on the roof. We drank our eggnog and cider together while watching classic Christmas movies and talked about how next year we would hopefully have a baby to get presents for. Our happiness has now been shattered, thanks to the carolers. It all happened last night, December 23rd, 2020. My beautiful wife was in our kitchen baking some sugar cookies for the neighbors, while I wrapped some presents for our nieces and nephews. We listened to cliché Christmas music, smiling and laughing as I screwed up the wrapping and she burned the cookies. A knock at the door caught us both off guard. My wife and I looked at each other, confused. It was about 9:30 p.m, a little late for visitors. Perhaps it was another plate of baked goods from one of our generous neighbors. My wife opened up the door, and we found 5 people. 3 female and 2 male, all dressed identically. They wore plaid red shirts with a green shawl and a red scarf. The men had bow ties that matched the shirts, and all 5 of them wore green top hats and white gloves. Something about the way they smiled was just, well, off-putting. They looked almost fake, like those wax figures that you see in museums. They were all smiling, which really didn't necessarily seem like such a bad thing, but they were smiling just a little too big. It seemed unnatural. "Merry Christmas," one of the women said enthusiastically. "We'd like to sing you a couple of Christmas carols." I felt a bit uneasy about this. It was getting really late, and I just had a weird feeling about these people. I was about to politely decline, but my wife beat me to it. "Sure, we'd love to hear it," she said with a smile on her face. She was much better at being kind to strangers than I. 1, 2, 3, the woman said, with that ridiculous smile still glued on her face. Immediately after 3, the 5 people started singing an excellent rendition of We Wish You a Merry Christmas in unison. Honestly, the quality was amazing. Too amazing. Although there were only 5 people, it sounded as if there were a 15-person choir at our doorstep. My wife and I politely listened, impressed, until they finished. "Bravo," my wife said cheerfully. "Thank you so much for singing to us." "Oh, we actually have one more song we'd like to sing you," the Christmas caroler said. Only something about the way she said it was incredibly creepy. Instead of her cheerful tone from before, she spoke in a creepy, monotonous tone. That's when I noticed their eyes. They were changing. All 5 of them were undergoing the same eyeball transformation in unison. Their pupils began to dilate, and they didn't stop until the black covered their entire eyes, including the whites. "Babe," I said, "close the door." Only she did not close the door. She stood there, frozen, staring at these demented carolers. I looked back at them to see that their mouths were all gaping open now. And then their jaws started to grow. Their chins lowered in unison as their jaws stretched in an inhuman way. I could hear the sounds of cracks and pops coming from their jaws, as if the bones were breaking. Their chins stopped after their jaws had stretched some 8 inches or more, leaving these black-eyed carolers looking more terrifying than anything I'd ever seen before. I took a few steps back, and again, I told my wife to shut the door. Again, she didn't move. That's when the horrifying sound started. It started quietly, in a high-pitched noise, but it quickly rose in volume. I instinctively put my hands to my ears as the noise grew louder. Even with my ears plugged, the sound was horrifying and terribly painful. "Close the door," I yelled at my wife, but she just stood there, as if hypnotized by the Christmas carolers from hell. The volume of the high-pitched sound now felt like there was a jet engine blasting on our doorstep. I looked at my wife to see blood coming from her ears. It began as a trickle, but in a matter of seconds, escalated into a steady flow. Panicked, I hurried towards my wife. I removed my hand from my left ear to close the door. The sound was horribly painful, and my ear instantly felt the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. I felt a pop, and blood began to trickle down from my ear and down the side of my face. Those wide-mouthed, black-eyed, screaming things still stood there like statues, emitting that same supersonic noise. I slammed the door shut and pulled my unmoving wife away from the door, still keeping my right hand over my ear. I pulled her downstairs as the windows on the front of the house shattered. Even in the basement, behind closed doors, it was still painfully loud. after another 30 or so seconds, it stopped abruptly. I looked down at my beloved wife to see that her eyes were open, but she didn't move nor speak a word. Blood was flowing freely from her ears, soaking into her white knitted sweater. I immediately dialed emergency, but quickly realized that I could hear nothing from my bleeding left ear. I tried to describe to the operator what happened, but all I could manage was that my wife was hurt and her ears were bleeding. Even as the paramedics loaded her onto the stretcher, she remained completely catatonic, with her eyes wide open, as if frozen in that horrifying moment. It's the morning of Christmas Eve now. We're still here in the hospital, and will be for some time. I've spoken with several police, doctors, and even a weird British man in a black suit. But it doesn't seem like the authorities really believe me. The doctors are absolutely baffled. They're struggling to come up with any plausible explanation as to how we could have sustained these injuries. Apparently, they think I've just gone crazy from the trauma. I have been diagnosed with a moderate concussion, and I'm now completely deaf in my left ear. Physically, I'm relatively okay, but emotionally, I'm absolutely wrecked. My wife is in a far worse condition than I. Both of her ears are so far beyond damage that it will be impossible for her to ever hear again. If she ever wakes up, that is. My wife slipped into a coma shortly after we arrived at the hospital. I'm sitting by her hospital bed now, trying to make sense of what the hell happened to us. She has suffered a severe subdural hemorrhage, which means that her brain started bleeding. They've done emergency surgery to stop the bleeding and had to remove part of her skull to alleviate the pressure. The doctors can't say yet if she will have permanent brain damage or not. To make matters worse, the doctors told me that she has suffered a miscarriage. I didn't even know she was pregnant yet. I think that she may have been waiting to surprise me for Christmas. I'm telling you this to warn you about these carolers. I don't know what the hell they are, but they're not human. Whatever you do, if you see 5 matching Christmas carolers standing on your porch, do not open your door, lest you should suffer the same horrible fate as my wife. They are not normal carolers. They are the Christmas carolers from hell. If ever you visit Brisbane City during the holiday season, there's something you need to be aware of. I'm still not exactly sure what these things are. I don't think anybody is. There are, of course, things that exist in this world which escape any traditional explanation. I'm certain that none of us who frequent these corners of the internet would object to that concept. Anyway, I'm drifting a little off track. I guess you all came here to read a story, yeah? As the title may suggest, I sure do have one for you. I was recently in Brisbane City over the Christmas period. For those of you not from this part of the world, Brisbane is one of Australia's quieter capital cities. It's essentially a well-developed central business district surrounded by an overgrown small town. The city itself is absolutely beautiful at Christmas time. The streets come alive with the festive colours of the season. Wreaths are hung, tinsel lines the quaint alleyways and arcades, and performers dressed as beautiful angels and fairies dance around the central Queen Street Mall. This central area is where I was staying during Christmas. I was here to visit family. You know the drill. That one time of year to suck it up and endure the presence of people you love dearly but really don't like all that much. My mind was already turning through pages of unpleasant memories like a picture book. An entirely disgusting Christmas lunch cooked by Auntie Joanna, an infamous fist fight or two between my many cousins, and me, stuck in the middle of this crap every December 25th. The things we do for family. It was the 23rd when I got the call. My phone erupted into an ear-piercing buzz on the table where it sat, rudely interrupting my terrible pay-per-view movie that I'd begrudgingly shelled out for. Glancing down at the screen, I sighed as my eyes landed upon my cousin Paula's name. She was hard work at the best of times, forever entertaining the most unwilling participants with one-sided conversations about her latest cat or some other nonsense which had exited my mind no sooner had she forced it into my ears. Yeah? Hello? I grumbled into the handset, trying to give the impression that I was on the cusp of sleep. A futile attempt to hurry the conversation along. Jake, it's Paula. How are you? She excitedly sang back at me. Seems my strategy had fallen on deaf ears. Yeah, I'm okay. Excited to see you guys in a couple of days. So, what's up? I said, trying desperately to make this exchange as brief as possible. It didn't work. I was graced with tales of literal tales for a good half hour or so before she finally got to the point, letting me know that she would be bringing her newest love interest and his 2 children to Christmas lunch. And it would be nice if everybody could bring a small gift for the 2 little girls so they don't feel left out. Jesus Christ, why is this my problem? I, of course, didn't say that. None of this is the kids' fault, and it's likely their home life isn't great. Never had a stable partner come into Paula's life. I'm certain that this would be no exception. So, at 9 p.m. at night, I found myself pulling on my jeans and joggers, ready to head back down to the mall in search of a gift or two. I suppose it could have waited until morning. I probably should have in hindsight. But Christmas Eve was always absolute madness in the middle of Brisbane City. People heading out at the last minute to buy Christmas gifts that they'd made zero plans for the rest of the 363 days of the year. And of course, that is entirely your fault, should you dare to get in their way. As if to test me, the second I stepped foot out of my hotel and breathed in a big gulp of crisp River City air, I was accosted by a homeless guy, shouting in my face. I simply tried to walk away, but he followed, screaming at me, "Please, please." Look, I'm always willing to give when I can, but I only had $50 notes on me, which I really couldn't spare. So, sidestepping him once again, I simply apologized and wished him the best, before moving on. I kept one eye on him as he skulked off into a back alley up the street a ways. You never know when drugs might be involved and how that might affect a person's behavior, so best to stay alert. Slowly, I made my way down Edward Street towards Queen Street, keeping a sharp mental focus on the alleyway behind me. I must admit, that guy got to me a little. I'm in the city frequently, so I'm not too rattled by encounters like this. But there was something quite manic in his eyes. I didn't like it. Other than that, though, it was a rather quiet night. The promise of rain seemed to hang just out of reach, the cloud cover darkening the streets, making for a scene eerily similar to something straight out of Gotham. I always loved the city. Something about the calm yet somewhat chaotic ambience just soothed me in a way that's probably foreign to most of my country-dwelling acquaintances. Particularly these night walks. Just the sound of your footsteps, along with those typical urban sounds. A siren in the distance, wind howling through the looming buildings, the faint hum of engines as traffic endlessly droned across the nearby road bridges. Before long, the opening to Queen Street Mall was in sight. I was a little taken aback at first, noting that the place was quite a bit busier than I anticipated it would have been at this time of night. Late night shopping hours in the lead up to Christmas seemed to have attracted many more people than usual. It's all good, I reasoned. I'd be in and out pretty quick. It couldn't be too hard to hunt down something that a couple of kids could play with for a few hours on Christmas Day. I made my way towards the uptown shopping center, and I stepped onto the escalator. As I did so, I heard an enormous racket behind me. Children screaming and parents shouting. I spun around to see a group of kids running frantically down the middle of the mall's main thoroughfare. Of course, it was one of the fairy godmother stiltwalkers. They occasionally will chase people around. I never really understood why. Thought it was all a bit of fun. The kids didn't seem to think so, though. They honestly looked terrified. Who can blame them, I guess? Some 10-foot-tall woman comes lumbering after you in the mall at night. What's a kid that age supposed to think? Would have scared me to death were I still an innocent 10-year-old boy. I left all that commotion behind me, entering the shopping center and making a beeline for the nearby Target. As I made my way through the center, I noticed that the shops were all beginning to pull down their roller doors. Looks like I got here just in time. Checking my watch, I was surprised to see the hour hand ticking its way ever closer to 10 p.m. I didn't think I took that long walking down here. I began to hustle, wanting to get in and out of Target as quickly as I could, and get back to the hotel. I was getting a weird vibe in the city tonight. First from that run-in with the homeless guy, and now, as more and more shops began to pull down their doors and shut off their lights for the night, I was beginning to feel a little vulnerable. I couldn't quite put my finger on why. I was getting that emptiness feeling. Have you ever looked at pictures of liminal spaces and come across those typical images of abandoned shopping centers? That was the vibe I was getting. I jumped a little as a nearby shoe store suddenly slammed its doors down with a mighty crash, which echoed through the mall's seemingly deserted twists and turns. I quickened my pace. I was starting to feel trapped, and it was making me very uncomfortable. I couldn't shake this feeling that I might somehow get stuck in here. Finally, after what felt like forever, traipsing through those dimly lit halls, I found the target. An oasis of bright lights among these quickly darkening passageways. I made my way inside and ran through to the kids section. It was just a couple of minutes until closing time now, so I didn't waste any time tossing up options. I grabbed a few books that looked like they might be interesting to kids, and I picked up a little princess toy set on my way back to the front of the store. Hearing the sounds of yet more roller doors squeaking their way down, I headed straight for the checkouts. I walked a bit faster now, as the lights in the store began shutting off one by one. It gave me that weird feeling again. It made me feel so very small, like a mouse trying to make his way out of a maze. What was particularly odd is the place really did feel like it was deserted. There were a few other people here and there, but nothing like the crowds I had anticipated. Every so often, I'd catch sight of a fellow shopper darting their way between the aisles. So, I wasn't the only one here, but still, it felt like I was. Boom. A dull, electrical impact from above me, as another of the store's overhead fluorescent lights shut off behind me. Boom. And another. I was practically running to the checkouts now, sweat forming on my face. Something wasn't right. Boom. Darkness. I was standing in absolute darkness, entirely alone, in the middle of a Target store, in the busiest shopping center in Brisbane City. No way. This was wrong. This was very, very wrong. As if reading my mind, I heard a crackle coming from the tiny speakers in the ceiling above me, as a soft-spoken, cheery voice came across the store's intercom system.
Good evening, shoppers. The store is now closed. We hope you have had a wonderful shopping experience with us tonight. Please bring any remaining purchases to the checkouts so we may complete your transactions. We pray you get home safely.
Okay, that was odd. Well, this entire situation was odd, but pray you get home safely? It almost sounded threatening. Anyway, I was done with this. Absolutely and totally done. I made my way to the checkouts area, which were also now in complete darkness, save for a tiny flickering blue light above. They really don't mess around about closing time, I thought. I approached the one remaining open checkout, a small self-serve unit, and I began scanning my items. The sound echoed through the looming halls outside. I glanced up, looking down that gaping maw that awaited me. I had this feeling I couldn't shake, like something might crawl out of there, trying to get me. Around a corner, the faint rattle of a door came rolling around through the darkness. My anxiety was heightening with every beat that rang out. I couldn't take this anymore. The checkout started making an absolute racket. Oh, screw this. I am out. I grabbed the rest of my stuff, pulled a $50 note out of my pocket and threw it onto the counter, leaving one of the books to keep it weighted down. I wasn't sticking around any longer. I shoved my things into a bag, and I got the hell out of there, breaking into a swift power walk towards the exit. As I walked, one quick step at a time, that ominous ambience of a dead shopping mall in the silence of the night emanated around me. Distant footsteps, faint buzzing from the remaining dull lights. Every so often, I'd hear some voices in the distance, shouting or laughing, the sounds bouncing their way around in the center. After a minute or two of this, I finally caught sight of the exit, and I broke into a jogging pace straight for it. The feeling of fresh air on my skin is one of the best sensations I've ever felt after that experience. As I clanged my way down the now deactivated escalator, I swore to myself that this was the last time I was ever going to chance shopping at night. Something about what happened in there was not right at all. Beyond just being creeped out about being stuck in the center alone, it felt like something more. Something I couldn't place. But it touched on a primal part of my brain. Anyway, I was out now, and all was fine. I slowly strolled my way down the now devoid of life Queen Street Mall. It's like a fever dream in the early mornings or late hours. A stark contrast to what is usually a bustling tourist hotspot. As I walked, I noted the sounds and the smells around me, no longer surrounded by the crushing emptiness of that damned shopping mall, but instead the peaceful ambience of the night. I noted the calls of the many nocturnal animals that lived in the city's parklands. The breeze whistling through the streets and alleyways, which felt nice on an otherwise warm summer's night. And the soft lapping of the Brisbane River, a sound which could be heard blocks away when the city was quiet enough. It was perhaps because of this calming atmosphere that I was not alarmed at first when I looked up ahead and noticed that a few of the mall's Christmas performers were still out and about. They were merely silhouettes at my distance from them, but I could make out a group of kids and 2 or 3 of the stilt walkers still up and about doing their routines. It gave me a chuckle at first. They were very committed to their bit. However, it was when one of the stilt walkers broke away from the group, lumbering away from the others in a wide turning circle, before walking straight down towards me, that I decided to take an alternative route. I get it's fun for the kids or parents shopping with their children, but this whole chasing thing was not something I wanted to be dealing with at 10:30 p.m. at night. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The stilt walker continued her slow approach in my direction as I made a swift left turn down an open laneway. I just wanted to get back to the hotel already. This night had been so weird. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The footsteps of the stilt walker continued behind me as I heard her slapping her way past the small opening of the laneway and disappearing beyond. I was nearing the opening to Elizabeth Street when I heard it again. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. From the other side this time. What the hell was she doing? And why? This joke was going too far. I doubled back, making my way back towards the mall. As I passed by a little ramen joint about halfway through the laneway, I noticed the owner was still there. He was just standing there, staring out at me from behind the closed shutter. There was a look in his eyes, similar to that homeless man that I had encountered earlier in the night. Almost manic, yet a hint of concern. As soon as I caught his eyes, he turned away, disappearing into the back room. I don't know what it was, but that small exchange got my heart racing, and I began walking much faster towards the opening back to the mall. I was nearing the exit, ready to emerge and run back to my hotel when... Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Again. Another one. Yes, more than one now. One behind me, and one right in front of me. I turned back again. I know, it's just a stilt walker, you might say. I should have just run past her and gotten out of there if I was so scared. But that's the thing. I was scared. I didn't even know why at the time. I just didn't want to go out there with that thing. I made my way back through the laneway for a third time, stopping midway and pushing on a little white doorway, hoping that it would take me elsewhere. Anywhere. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. In the laneway now, coming towards me. I pushed the door open, and I shoved my way inside, not caring exactly where this would lead. As I entered into what I now saw was a narrow stairwell, I caught a glimpse in my peripheral of the stilt walker wobbling side to side as she slowly made her way towards me. Why? Why can't they just stop? I thought to myself. I slammed the door, and I began climbing up the stairwell. No idea where I was headed, but just happy that it was away from those things. Slap, slap, slap. A different sound now, equally as unsettling though. I made my way to the top of the stairs, and I opened another door, one that led into a small office-style room. The truth is, I was equally nervous about whose space I might be trespassing upon. But in that moment, it just felt like the lesser of two dangers. Feeling my way around the room in the darkness, carefully ensuring that I didn't trip over anything, I made my way to the far wall, and I took a peek out of the small glass window. I cracked it open a little, and poked my head out just enough to get a good look up and down Elizabeth Street. Nothing. The streets were empty. Just the distant hum of traffic elsewhere in the city, and the pitter-patter of the rain that had been teasing me earlier in the night. It smelled nice, and the calming sounds of little droplets hitting the pavement had me almost relaxed again. Slap, 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 slap. That sound, this time much faster. I pulled away from the window, and I squeezed myself into a corner of the room, wedged between the side of a locker and the concrete wall it stood by. I planned to just wait it out. Honestly, even if I had to wait all night, I didn't care. I wasn't taking another step outside with those stilt walkers. They were acting crazy now, and I had no idea why. It had gone far beyond a joke. So, I waited there, in the stillness of the night. I stood there for hours and hours, eventually sliding down the wall to sit and allowing my head to rest against the steel locker beside me, drifting between that almost asleep state and back again, wondering how the hell my otherwise boring night had ended up here. It must have been the early hours of the morning when I was pulled from my sleepy state. It took me a while to figure out what had disrupted me and why I felt so uneasy as I drifted back into consciousness. It is a strange thing, the human mind. When confronted by fear that it cannot comprehend, it will often try and find anything to reason the situation, or simply distract itself. The first thing I completely took notice of was the sounds. The rain still gently fell outside, and I noted the drops trickling down the windows, pooling into little puddles at the base. I registered the sound of the wind, picking up in strength as it blew back and forth down the dark and wet city streets. Still in a sleepy daze, my grip loosened on the bag I was holding, the one containing the little princess playset, and the sound of the many components clattered across the floor, startling me into full consciousness. I suppose it was not until that very moment that I snapped into full awareness of my surroundings. It was staring right at me. Just me and it in this little room, not 2 meters between each other's faces. Outside, it was hunched, a lumbering form, bent over, disappearing into the darkness below. Its neck was sliding part-way in through the glass window I had opened earlier, to the point that its head was now partly inside with me. These were not stilt walkers. Here I sat, at least 3 stories up, in total silence, as this thing silently stared at me, its neck swaying back and forth in the wind outside, causing subtle squeaking sounds on the glass. I tried to close my eyes, but I could not keep them closed. Every second that my eyes were shut, I would imagine this thing sliding its neck further in through the window. Squeak, squeak. The glass groaned as its filthy neck slid back and forth against it. I began to slowly slide my way across the floor, trying to make my way to the door. The problem was, the massive office desk sat between me and the door, with a hardwood divider right behind it. I would need to move closer to the window in order to make my way out. Slide, drag, slide, drag. Inch by inch, with every subtle movement I made, its eyes stayed locked on me, and it released these awful, deep laughing sounds. Not loud and booming, like you may expect, but rather quiet, almost like a child's laughter, if you recorded it and pitched it down a few semitones. With every slide towards the door, I came a little closer to the window, closer to it. Its neck would spasm as I inched closer, like it was trying to reach its face just a little bit nearer to me, slide, drag, squeak, squeak. At this point, I felt like bursting into tears. I was midway across the room now, in front of that huge desk, and our faces were mere inches apart. The glass squeaked louder now, as its neck slid back and forth against the thin barrier between us. With every brush, the glass began to groan a little more, threatening to crack. Slide, drag, squeak, squeak. I was less than half a meter away from the doorway when the first visible crack started to appear in the glass window as its neck shook and vibrated. The rain continued to fall outside, and the wind continued to howl. The world so peaceful, in a terrifying contrast to what was happening in front of me. It laughed again, an almost silent little chuckle, as it snapped its head backwards, realizing that the glass was giving out. My hand reached the doorknob and turned it open just as the glass broke away, a stray shard piercing into that twisted neck with an audible squish. Just as I opened the door and slipped through, slamming it shut behind me, I heard this thing begin to cry, almost as though it was sobbing and laughing simultaneously. Again, childlike in nature, but deep and guttural. As I made my way down the stairs, quickly, but being careful not to make more noise than I needed to, I heard a strange brushing sound against the door behind me, like scratching, but damp and wet. I shuddered as I imagined a tongue stretching out from that awful mouth. This time, I did not hesitate. Emerging from that alleyway, I ran out into the dark, rainy streets. There was no relief in my flight. With every step, the image of something massive following close behind me was present in my mind. I was acutely aware that at any moment, an all too large hand may clasp around me, raising me up to my demise. And of course, the sounds were there to confirm my fears. Slap, 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 slap. The distant sound of something barefoot running through the mall. After me? I did not know, nor was I going to chance looking to find out. I quickly made my way back to my hotel, taking every shortcut that I was aware of. Arriving at the front lobby, I slammed my card against the reader, and I flew in through the doors, grabbing the first elevator up to the 12th floor that I was staying on, where I hoped beyond hope that I would be safe. I admit, my haste was selfish. Should I have warned the staff at the desk? Maybe. I guess I'll never know if I made the right choice. But who in their right mind would believe the ramblings of a man who had just witnessed what I had? The elevator dinged at my floor, and I ran to the assumed safety of my room. Swiftly, I made my way to the window and flung open the curtains. I suppose this is the point in these stories where, typically, one might neatly close things out by explaining that nothing of interest could be seen. That I didn't know if it was real or imagined, and never would. How I wish I could sit here and tell you that. For what I saw was very real, and no doubt will forever remain in my mind. There were many of them. Tall, impossible things, lumbering up and down the mall and the streets and laneways beyond. They appeared just as the thing I had encountered did, almost innocent in their nature, even childlike. I sat there and I watched them all night. As the hours crept towards 5 a.m. or so, and daylight began to crawl across the streets of Brisbane City, I watched in horror as these things began to shrink. What had been giants suddenly were a fraction of their size, yet still quite tall. Maybe 10 feet, if I had to guess. It fell into place then. The Stillwalkers, performers they were not. Or they were by day at least. I mean, that's what they were masquerading as. But I knew now, those were not their true forms, not their true faces. As night fell, they became something else. I thought back to those many times I'd seen these things chasing people, chasing kids through the mall. I thought back to earlier in the night, when I first caught sight of these things. There had been many children around them. Were these kids who had been captured, spirited away? I dare not think of it. There are still things I don't understand, and many questions I'll never have answers to. But the realities here remain, and you would do well to heed my warnings. Stay away from Queen Street Mall after dark. In fact, just to be safe, the minute you hear those shops rolling down their doors, leave. Get yourself back home. Get on a bus. I don't care where it's headed. Just get as far away from that damned place as you can. You don't want to find yourself alone in those desolate, abandoned streets when the tolls come out.